not just Fords. At Melham Ford, you have our promise that every vehicle is inspected by a certified technician because we care. Let our experienced sales staff show you that buying a car can be easy. Come out and check us out in person or check us out online at mhford.com. Melham Ford, experience the difference for yourself.
I really appreciate Greg. He's an old friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. If you need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear, see Deather's Opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
Hi everybody, Marshall Fagers here in the QA1 Precision Products booth at PRI. First up top here we have the first 2¼ inch diameter drive shaft designed for an open competition dirt super late model. These will hold up to 900 horsepower. We've been running them for a few years now with 0 failures. This is a little bit softer in torsion than your typical 3-inch diameter drive shaft. What that does is help keep the car hooked up coming out of the corner when the car's on the bars, bouncing up and down. On a rough tacky track, it helps smooth out the RPM curve a little bit. It takes your high RPMs, your low RPMs, and just smooths out that transition a little bit. It helps keep the car hooked up. Down below here, we have the 3.2-inch diameter extreme misalignment angle drive shaft. What we've done here is actually done a little bit of CNC work on the tube yoke to let the rear U-joint articulate further before it binds up. And what that does is lets you run a little bit more left rear drop before you run into pinion angle bind. To learn more, check us out online at qa1.net or find us on Facebook.
Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me, racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
The Z-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33Z.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions. Their product, if you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
As general manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at BregolaPerformanceSystems.com. Bregola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
The USRA Souvenir Trailer is the official souvenir trailer of the 8th Annual Summit USRA Nationals presented by My Race Pass. Shirts, hoodies, hats, drinkware, and so much more are available for purchase. Visit the USRA Souvenir Trailer and grab your Nationals gear today.
2021 is going to be a great year to rediscover family fun and American freedom. And there's no better place to find all American family entertainment than Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. We are host to some of the nation's greatest grassroots motorsports, including late models, sprint cars, pro pulling, drag boats, and more. There's also amazing food and refreshments, attractions, distractions, and merchandise.
For more info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hi friends, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. With over 500 pre-owned vehicles in stock, there's never been a better time to buy. At Melham Ford, you'll find cars, trucks, SUVs, all in one location. Chevy, Dodge, Toyota, Kia, plenty of inventory to choose from, not just Fords. At Melham Ford, you have our promise that every vehicle is inspected by a certified technician because we care. Let our experienced sales staff show you that buying a car can be easy. Come out and check us out in person or check us out online at mhford.com. Melham Ford, experience the difference for yourself.
I really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. If you need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear, see Deather's Opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
Hi everybody, Marshall Fagers here in the QA1 Precision Products booth at PRI. First up top here we have the first 2¼ inch diameter drive shaft designed for an open competition dirt super late model. These will hold up to 900 horsepower. We've been running them for a few years now with 0 failures. This is a little bit softer in torsion than your typical 3-inch diameter drive shaft. What that does is help keep the car hooked up coming out of the corner when the car's on the bars, bouncing up and down. On a rough tacky track, it helps smooth out the RPM curve a little bit. It takes your high RPMs, your low RPMs, and just smooths out that transition a little bit. Helps keep the car hooked up. Down below here we have the 3.2-inch diameter extreme misalignment angle drive shaft. What we've done here is actually done a little bit of CNC work on the tube yoke to let the rear U-joint articulate further before it binds up. And what that does is lets you run a little bit more left rear drop before you run into pinion angle bind. To learn more, check us out online at QA1.net or find us on Facebook.
Zach Vanderbeek here, dirt modified racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me, racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
Race man, the Z-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33Z.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
As general manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at frigolaperformancesystems.com. Frigola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
The USRA Souvenir Trailer is the official souvenir trailer of the 8th Annual Summit USRA Nationals presented by My Race Pass. Shirts, hoodies, hats, drinkware, and so much more are available for purchase. Visit the USRA Souvenir Trailer and grab your Nationals gear today.
2021 is going to be a great year to rediscover family fun and American freedom. And there's no better place to find all American family entertainment than Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. We are host to some of the nation's greatest grassroots motorsports, including late models, sprint cars, pro pulling, drag boats, and more. There's also amazing food and refreshments, attractions, distractions, and merchandise.
For more info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hi friends, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. With over 500 pre-owned vehicles in stock, there's never been a better time to buy. At Mel Hamilton Ford, you'll find cars, trucks, SUVs, all in one location. Chevy, Dodge, Toyota, Kia, plenty of inventory to choose from, not just Fords. At Mel Hamilton Ford, you have our promise that every vehicle is inspected by a certified technician because we care. Let our experienced sales staff show you that buying a car can be easy. Come out and check us out in person or check us out online at mhford.com. Mel Hamilton Ford, experience the difference for yourself.
I really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. If you need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear, see Deather's Opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
Hi everybody, Marshall Fagers here in the QA1 Precision Products booth at PRI. First up top here we have the first 2¼ inch diameter drive shaft designed for an open competition dirt super late model. These will hold up to 900 horsepower. We've been running them for a few years now with 0 failures. This is a little bit softer in torsion than your typical 3-inch diameter drive shaft. What that does is help keep the car hooked up coming out of the corner when the car's on the bars, bouncing up and down. On a rough tacky track, it helps smooth out the RPM curve a little bit. It takes your high RPMs, your low RPMs, and just smooths out that transition a little bit. Helps keep the car hooked up. Down below here, we have the 3.2-inch diameter extreme misalignment angle drive shaft. What we've done here is actually done a little bit of CNC work on the tube yoke to let the rear U-joint articulate further before it binds up. And what that does is lets you run a little bit more left rear drop before you run into pinion angle bind. To learn more, check us out online at QA1.net or find us on Facebook.
Zach Vanderbeek here, dirt modified racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me, racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
Race fans, the Z-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33Z.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
As General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends and reducer hose ends and family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at frigolaperformancesystems.com. Frigola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
The USRA Souvenir Trailer is the official souvenir trailer of the 8th Annual Summit USRA Nationals, presented by My Race Pass. So much more are available for purchase. Visit the USRA Souvenir Trailer and grab your Nationals gear.
2021 is going to be a great year to rediscover family fun and American freedom. And there's no better place to find all American family entertainment than Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. We are host to some of the nation's greatest grassroots motorsports, including late models, sprint cars, pro pulling, drag boats, and more. There's also amazing food and refreshments, attractions, distractions, and merchandise.
For more info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hi friends, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. With over 500 pre-owned vehicles in stock, there's never been a better time to buy. At Mel Hamilton Ford, you'll find cars, trucks, SUVs, all in one location. Chevy, Dodge, Toyota, Kia, plenty of inventory to choose from, not just Fords. At Mel Hamilton Ford, you have our promise that every vehicle is inspected by a certified technician because we care. Let our experienced sales staff show you that buying a car can be easy. Come out and check us out in person or check us out online at mhford.com. Mel Hamilton Ford, experience the difference for yourself.
I really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. If you need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear, see Deadler's Opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
Hi everybody, Marshall Fagers here in the QA1 Precision Products booth at PRI. First up top here we have the first 2¼ inch diameter drive shaft designed for an open competition dirt super late model. These will hold up to 900 horsepower. We've been running them for a few years now with 0 failures. This is a little bit softer in torsion than your typical 3-inch diameter drive shaft. What that does is help keep the car hooked up coming out of the corner when the car's on the bars, bouncing up and down. On a rough tacky track, it helps to smooth out the RPM curve a little bit. It takes your high RPMs, your low RPMs, and just smooths out that transition a little bit. Helps keep the car hooked up. Down below here, we have the 3.2-inch diameter extreme misalignment angle drive shaft. What we've done here is actually done a little bit of CNC work on the tube yoke to let the rear U-joint articulate further before it binds up. And what that does is lets you run a little bit more left rear drop before you run into pinion angle bind. To learn more, check us out online at QA1.net or find us on Facebook.
Zach Vanderbeek here, Dirt Modified Racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me, racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
Race man, the Z-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33Z.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
As general manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at frigolaperformancesystems.com. Frigola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
The USRA Souvenir Trailer is the official souvenir trailer of the 8th Annual Summit USRA Nationals presented by My Race Pass. Shirts, hoodies, hats, drinkware, and so much more are available for purchase. Visit the USRA Souvenir Trailer and grab your Nationals gear today.
2021 is going to be a great year to rediscover family fun and American freedom. And there's no better place to find all American family entertainment than Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. We are host to some of the nation's greatest grassroots motorsports, including late models, sprint cars, pro pulling, drag boats, and more. There's also amazing food and refreshments, attractions, distractions, and merchandise.
For more info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hi friends, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. With over 500 pre-owned vehicles in stock, there's never been a better time to buy. At Mel Ham Ford, you'll find cars, trucks, SUVs, all in one location. Chevy, Dodge, Toyota, Kia, plenty of inventory to choose from, not just Fords. At Mel Ham Ford, you have our promise that every vehicle is inspected by a certified technician because we care. Let our experienced sales staff show you that buying a car can be easy. Come out and check us out in person or check us out online at mhford.com. Mel Ham Ford, experience the difference for yourself.
Appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. If you need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear, see Deather's Opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
QA1 Precision Products booth at PRI. First up top here we have the first 2¼ inch diameter drive shaft designed for an open 900 horsepower. We've been running them for a few years now with 0 failures. This is a little bit softer in torsion than your typical 3-inch diameter drive shaft. What that does is help keep the car hooked up coming out of the corner when the car's on the bars, bouncing up and down. On a rough tacky track, it helps to smooth out the RPM curve a little bit. It takes your high RPMs, your low RPMs, and just smooths out that transition a little bit. Helps keep the car hooked up. Down below here we have the 3.2-inch diameter extreme misalignment angle drive shaft. What we've done here is actually done a little bit of CNC work on the tube yoke to let the rear U-joint articulate further before it binds up. And what that does is lets you run a little bit more left rear drop before you run into pinion angle bind. To learn more, check us out online at qa1.net or find us on Facebook.
Zach Vanderbeek here, Dirt Modified Racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me, racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
Race man, the Z-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33Z.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
As General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
Start lining up in staging lane.
All it took was one kiss and you blew my mind. An all-American kind of fine, you know. Good woman is hard to find. Ain't nothing like the real thing. And you can't go back once you get a taste. Everyone is second rate. I'm talking genuine, made in the USA. Ain't nothing like the real thing. The real thing. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. There ain't nothing real thing. There ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. There ain't nothing real. There ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. There ain't nothing real. There ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. There ain't nothing. You know, a great song is hard to find. Right words and a perfect rhyme, 'cause we all feel the same inside. We're all looking for the real thing. You know you're not the same once you hear it play. There's nothing else that can replace what's genuine, made in the USA. Ain't nothing like the real thing. I'm talking genuine, made in the USA. Ain't nothing like the real thing. I feel tears welling up, cold and deep inside, like my heart's sprung a deep break. And the stab of loneliness sharp and painful, that I was taking it hard since you wrote me off with a call. But don't you wager that I'll hide the sorrow when I'm right down and low. Now the race is on and here comes pride up the backstretch. Heartaches are going to the inside. My tears are holding back.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Factory stocks. This is your last call for the C main. Start lining up in staging lane, please. Last call for the factory stock C main.
One day I ventured in love, never once suspecting what the final results would be. Now I lived in fear of waking up each morning and finding that you'd gone from me. There's aching and pain in my heart, for the day was the one that I headed to face. Somebody new came up to win her, and I came. Race is on and
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much for joining us here this evening for the final night of the Summit Racing Equipment USRA Southern Nationals at Boothill Speedway. Thank you to all those tuning in live on racindirt.com as well as Race on Texas. It is now time to get this show on the road. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you would please rise and remove your hats as we go to the Lord in prayer and sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Father God, we thank you for this beautiful afternoon that you have given to us. And Lord, we thank you most of all for your mercy and grace, which is new for us every morning. Lord, your grace that exceeds our sin, it's greater than it. Lord, that you sent your Son to die in our place. And Lord, that if we repent of our sin and turn from it, that we would have eternal life. And I thank you so much for that truth. Lord, I pray that each and every individual here would come to know you, Lord, if they do not already. And Lord, that we would glorify you in everything that we say and do and think as well. And Lord, we ask your protection over the drivers and the crew members, the track officials, and everybody here to watch the races. And Lord, we give you all the glory and honor and praise in Christ's name. Amen. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Ladies and gentlemen, here is your starting lineup for the factory stock C main. On the pole from Kilgore, Texas, in the 3D Motorsports number 13X, that is Austin Hale. His outside on the pole will be out of Provincetown, Louisiana, the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. To the inside of row number 2 from Terrell, Texas, is going to be the 23 of Don Jensen, and scheduled to be your outside second row starter, Ryder Cantillo, out of St. Amand, Louisiana, in the FOUR. He's not going to make the call for this one. To the inside of row number 3, then, from Forney, Texas, the 76 is Joe Findling, and to his outside from Wascom, Texas, the 68 of James Martin. Your 7th starter is from Lindale, Texas, in the 87. It's Andrew Albritton, and on his outside from Shreveport, Louisiana, the 34P of Peyton Daughtery. To the inside of row number 5 is Brandon Bettis in the 95P. 95B, excuse me, and the 10th starter from Edgewood, Texas, the 25 of Greg Hammett. The 00 is Nicholas Morgan out of Sulphur, Louisiana, and from Forney, Texas, the 23J of Dustin Choate. Your 13th starter is from Ball, Louisiana, the 34 of CJ Howell, and to his outside from Bossier City, Louisiana, the 10 of Matt Ebarb. Your final starter is from Paris, Texas, in the S&S Machine Shop A1 Radiators Rockin' E Moving Service number 40 of Bruce Edwards. We are going to go 10 laps in distance, and the top 12 cars will move on to the USRA Factory Stock B main. Few warm-up laps given there for the drivers in USRA Factory Stock C main. Gonna pack around the bottom here before we get set to go for racing action. So again, we're going to go 10 laps in distance. The lights are out, and we're set to go. Austin Hale, your pole starter with Dakota Wyatt on the outside. We're taking the top 12 cars. Here we go. Green flag is waving. We are racing at the USRA Southern Nationals, presented by Summit Racing Equipment at Boothill Speedway. They'll shuffle down into 1 and 2. Dakota Wyatt with a good run off at 2. Here comes Don Jensen to the inside. He'll take over the second spot as they roll into 3. Here comes Peyton Daughtery as well into 34P. And lap number 1 will go to Dakota Wyatt out of Provençal, Louisiana. Don Jensen in the second spot with Austin Hale in third. Peyton Daughtery in fourth. James Martin in the fifth spot. Battle for the 11th spot, the 34 of CJ Howell and the 00 of Nicholas Morgan. The second of those spots being held by Morgan is your 12th and final transfer spot. The 40 of Bruce Edwards, your only new entry for Saturday night's action for the USRA Factory Stock Division. Wyatt, Jensen, Hale, Daughtery, and Hammett, your top 5. Martin, Choate, Albritton, Bettis, Findling, Howell, and Morgan is your top 12. Problems for the 40 of Bruce Edwards. He's got a wobbly right rear tire. We are halfway home. 5 laps in the books and 5 yet to be scored for the 15X of Dakota Wyatt, who is your race leader. The 00 of Nicholas Morgan is in the 12th and final transfer spot. He's got over a half track advantage over the 13th place 40 car of Bruce Edwards. Dakota Wyatt now going to put the slower car of Edwards a lap down. As Don Jensen and Peyton Daughtery will do the same coming out of turn 4. That's your top 3. Drag race to the line for the 4th spot. It's Austin Hale, and Greg Hammett takes 5th. We got 3 laps to go in the USRA Factory Stock C main. White flag is in the air. We got 1 to go for Dakota Wyatt. Checkered flag waving as they come out of 4. Dakota Wyatt, your race winner. Don Jensen comes home second. Third is Peyton Daughtery. 4th, Austin Hale. 5th, Greg Hammett. 6th, James Martin. 7th, Brandon Bettis. 8th is CJ Howell. 9th, Andrew Albritton. 10th will be Dustin Choate. 11th, Joe Findling, and Nicholas Morgan will round out the field with the final transfer spot in 12th. That'll do it for the USRA Factory Stock C feature. I'll now turn things over to Bryce Hall, the voice of the USRA American Racer Modified Series. He'll get you set for modified heat race action coming up.
Thank you very much, Josh. We'll get set for the first of 4 heat races here for the American Racer Modified Series. 28 entries here on night number 3 of the 4th annual Summit Racing Equipment USRA Southern Nationals. 8 laps in distance and heat racing action. Top 16 in passing points go directly to the A main. Top 8 will redraw. Then we will have a 1-day motorsports B main to set the rest of the field for tonight's 4,000 to win event. We'll set the starting grid for Dealer Reconditioning Services heat race number 1. Jack Sarton will be front row on the inside. Sarton out of Terrell, Texas, the Crawford Racing 47 will set the pace alongside Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri. McCowan in the Empire Energy number 8. Row number 2 to the inside, it's Manuel Williams. He's out of Falk, Arkansas, in the Charlie Williams painting number 24. It is outside your 2021 American Racer Modified Series champion. Out of Maypearl, Texas, it's Tristan Dykes, the tailor-made countertops number 14T. Row 3 to the inside, it will be Jason Payton. Payton out of Greenwood, Arkansas. He's in the Godfather's Pizza number 6, alongside Dallas, Texas racer Richard Brown Jr. The Hill Racing 1H out of Dallas, Texas. Your final starter comes to you from Ennis, Texas. The Rendell's RV number 99. That's Jeff Needham. Your 7 cars for Dealer Reconditioning Services Heat Race number 1. In top 16 in passing points go to the A main, top 8 redraw. Then we will have a B main to send on the next 6 drivers and possibly 2 series provisionals for a 24-car starting grid here on the finale of the 4th Annual Summit Racing Equipment USRA Southern Nationals, as well as the finale of the 2021 racing season for the American Racer Modified Series. Jack Sarton will set the pace in this one. Sarton, a one-time winner with the series this season, won at the Super Bowl Speedway in Greenville, Texas. He was 6th on night number 1 here at Boothill Speedway. Had a troublesome run last night. Had to burn up his final provisional to make the A main last night, but nonetheless a pretty good draw tonight for Jack Sarton, who will set the pace on row number 1. Dylan McCowan to his outside, a new MB Customs car for the Urbana, Missouri racer. Drove from 12th to 4th last night in car 8, so a solid run for McCowan on night number 2. We'll see if he can parlay that into a good run here tonight. Manuel Williams and Tristan Dykes on row 2. We mentioned Tristan Dykes, the inaugural series champion for the American Racer Series, officially locked that up coming into this evening's event. 1 win with the series this season, on way to his championship. He'll start to the outside of row number 2. Jason Payton and Richard Brown on row 3, and Jeff Needham bringing up the tail of the field as we're set to go in Dealer Reconditioning Services Heat Race number 1. Opening heat of the night for the American Racer Modified Series as we turn them loose off at turn 4. McCowan and Sarton will duel for the top spot down the back straightaway. McCowan hustles to the inside. Jack Sarton jumps the cushion. In turn 4, he'll lose 2 spots as Tristan Dykes and Manuel Williams both race by the 47. Sarton trying to get that IRP race car back beneath him to race into the 3rd place spot by Manuel Williams. Meanwhile, Tristan Dykes a little out of shape in turn 4 as well, as we got Jeff Needham going around in turn 4. So filled under the caution flag as Jeff Needham went around. That stacked up Richard Brown Jr. as well. Now Needham backed into a Uke tire there, trying to get that 99 car straightened back up. 2 laps completed of 8 here in Dealer Reconditioning Services Heat Race number 1. Dylan McCowan out of the gate strong in this one. Tristan Dykes in 2nd, Manuel Williams in 3rd. Jack Sarton jumped the cushion on the opening lap coming off of turn number 4 and lost 2 spots. An IRP race car's number 47. See if he can get that car back beneath him on the restart of this one. Again, 2 in, 6 to go in your opening American Racer Modified Series heat race. Dykes choosing the bottom on this restart. The caution lights go down. We'll go back green this time in turn 4. 2 in, 6 to go. Dealer Reconditioning Services heat race number 1. Flag back in the air in your opening USRA modified heat race here at Boothill Speedway. Down the back straightaway, Dylan McCowan will pick up where he left off ahead of that caution. Trouble for Jason Payton now in turn 4. He stops along the top side of the racetrack. Tries to get that car down to the infield, but not before the caution came out for the Greenwood, Arkansas racer Jason Payton. Not sure what the issue was there on the 6. He jumped the cushion, skated by the wall, then slid to a halt and couldn't get the car down in the infield before the caution had to come out. 3 laps now completed. We'll get the field doubled back up and drop the caution lights. Go to work on the next 5 laps of Dealer Reconditioning Services Heat Race number 1. Solid restart for the 8 of Dylan McCowan. Puts about a half a straightaway between himself and Tristan Dykes. Emmanuel Williams following in the 3rd place spot. Jack Sarton holding down 4th as Jeff Needham and Richard Brown. A race for 5th to round out the field of this one. 5 laps completed this time around, 3 to go. Dylan McCowan showing the way in that MB Customs Empire Energy number 8. Pomeroy Farms, Wooderson Vet Clinic, and OzarkMotorsportsReport.com also alongside the 8 of Dylan McCowan as he's picking them up, putting them down here in your opening heat race. Just a couple laps to go. Dykes runs in 2nd. Emmanuel Williams and Jack Sarton race for 3rd. Now Sarton will claim that spot down the back straightaway. White flag comes to your leader, 1 to go. Here in heat race number 1, race will be for 3rd. Coming to the checkers, we'll see if Sarton can hang on over Emmanuel Williams. But out of turn number 4, heat race number 1, we'll go to the 8 of Dylan McCowan. The rest of the field going to cross under the checkered flag. So heat race number 1 in the books. Jack Sarton crosses in the 3rd place spot. 2nd goes to Tristan Dykes, and your heat race winner out of Urbana, Missouri, that MB Customs Empire Energy Ozark Motorsportsreport.com, Wooderson Vet Clinic, and Pomeroy Farms. Number 8, Dylan McCowan, your winner of Dealer Reconditioning Services Heat Race number 1. On to heat race number 2, Emmanuel Williams the 2nd will be front row on the inside of the Falk, Arkansas. He's in the Williams Racing Team 24M, and his outside will be Kenny Gaddis. Gaddis out of Diana, Texas. The transmission's unlimited 2G. Row 2 to the inside, it's James McCreary out of Midlothian, Texas. Star 1 Roofing. 13J starts alongside Justin McCoy out of Grandview, Texas. McCoy in the Daugherty Brothers. Walker out of McAllen, Texas. He's in the MW Investments, number 34. And a Michaels outside, we'll find David Tanner out of Wichita Falls, Texas. The Wichita Tank Racing D25. Final starter comes to you from Houston, Texas. The Houston Specialty Products, number 56. Colton Horner will be your final starter here in Star 1 Roofing heat race number 2. So Star 1 Roofing heat race number 2, we'll see Emmanuel Williams the 2nd on the front row of this one. He was in the top 10 on night number 1 in the 24M. Kenny Gaddis to his outsides had a pretty good weekend. He was 5th on the opening night, 8th last night, had a heat race win as well. Also sits 4th in the ARMS Series point standings. 7 points over his son Sean Gaddis, who is 5th in the standings. So a pretty good race for points between the Gaddis father-son duo. Kenny here in heat race number 2. James McCreary, 2nd row on the inside. Looks like he will probably finish up 7th in the point standings this season. Can't really advance, can't be touched either in that 7th place spot. He was in the top, just outside of the top 10 on night number 1, finished 11th. 13J. Justin McCoy to his outside at a top 10 finish on the opening night this weekend as well. Michael Walker 3rd in the standings, just 7 points back from Max Eddie Thomas. We'll see if he can make a dent in that here tonight. David Tanner and Colton Horner, that's the field for Star 1 Roofing heat race number 2. 8 more laps as Williams and Gaddis get set to bring us to green off of turn 4. Gaddis takes the field through turns 1 and 2. Williams down to his inside. Good duel out in front of your field here on lap number 1. Kenny Gaddis going to lead the opening circuit of Star One Roofing Heat Race number 2. Williams trying to flash down to the inside of the 2G. James McCreary and Michael Walker in a pretty good race for the 3rd place spot. Oh, Michael Walker's out of shape. Stack up the 410 and the D25 of David Tanner. So the 34 of Michael Walker going to be credited with that caution after collecting the D25 of David Tanner and the 410 of Justin McCoy. Walker was sideways on exit of turn 4. Collecting the 410 and the D25. Two laps completed here in Star One Roofing Heat Race number 2. 6 to go. Kenny Gaddis out of the lead. He had a heat race win last night. Turned that into a top 10 finish in the A main. Out in front of heat race number 2 as well. As we go back green off of turn 4. Solid restart for Kenny Gaddis as we work off of turn number 4, 3 and 5 to go. Emmanuel Williams, the second, working in the 2nd place spot. McCreary back in 3rd. David Tanner challenging for the 3rd position. McCoy and Michael Walker round out the running order of Star One Roofing Heat Race number 2. Kenny Gaddis has smooth sailing out in front of your field right now. Best battle on the track is between David Tanner and James McCreary. McCreary in that 3rd place spot being challenged to the inside by David Tanner. Those two nearly side by side coming down the front straightaway. McCreary able to fend off the D25 at least for time being. 6 and 2 to go now, this time by. Off of turn number 4, white flag waves, 1 to go. Here in Star One Roofing Heat Race number 2. Final time through turns 3 and 4 for the Diana, Texas veteran. Off of turn number 4, Kenny Gaddis wins Star One Roofing Heat Race number 2. So heat race number 2 under the checkered flag. James McCreary crosses in 3rd. 2nd goes to Emmanuel Williams. The 2nd, your heat race winner to Diana, Texas. It's MB Customs for the Transmissions Unlimited, Panel Trust, Big Texas Auto Parts, and Sunny Mountain Self Storage. Number 2G, Kenny Gaddis, your winner in Star One Roofing Heat Race number 2. High-Tech Paving Heat Race number 3 set to roll out next with Chris Hennigan on the front row. He's in the Panel Trust 16 out of Marshall, Texas. To Chris's outside will be Jake Huckabee racing out of Texarkana. He's in the J&M Investments number 18J. Row 2 to the inside, we'll find Sean Gaddis out of Diana, Texas, the Transmissions Unlimited number 7. To Sean's outside will be Chris Huckabee. Huckabee out of Midlothian, Texas, CRH Motorsports number 2C. Row 3 to the inside be Rodney Sanders out of Happy, Texas, the Wichita Tank Racing number 20. Last night's feature winner will roll off 5th with Joe Duval to his outside. Big Daddy behind the wheel of the DriveWFX.com number 91 out of Claremore, Oklahoma. Your final starters out of Cedar Hill, Texas. It's Kevin Rowland. He's in the High-Tech Paving 4R. So we will work to get the field realigned here as Jake Huckabee elects to go to the tail of the field. Chris Hennigan and Sean Gaddis will now make up row number 1. Everybody else will cross as well, as Huckabee will drop to the back in the 18J. There we go. High-Tech Paving heat race number 3 comes under the green flag. Chris Hennigan to the lead. Sean Gaddis will surrender the second place spot to Rodney Sanders. Sanders going to move forward quickly in this one. Ended up starting second row on the outside. He's quickly into the number 2 spot ahead of Sean Gaddis. Now alongside your leader down the back straightaway. Rodney, the winner last night, will pick up right where he left off as he slides up to the top side of the racetrack to take the lead here on lap 2. Rodney Sanders in command here on lap number 2. Chris Hennigan back into the second place spot. Sean Gaddis working in third. Joe Duvall in the fourth place spot. Chris Huckabee fifth. Kevin Rowland going to round out the running order of this one. We'll have 4 in, 4 to go this time around. Rodney Sanders showing the way. Look out, Joe Duvall. He gets on the binders for a moment right in front of the 2C of Chris Huckabee. So Huckabee into the side of Duvall there as Duvall was out of shape coming off of turn number 4. Keep both of them pointed straight though, and we'll stay green with Sanders your leader. Second is Hennigan, third is Gaddis, fourth Duvall, fifth Huckabee, and Kevin Rowland still rounds out the field here in High-Tech Paving heat race number 3. Flag waves here in heat race number 3. Work the final circuit of this one. Into 3 out of turn number 4. Rodney Sanders, your winner of High-Tech Paving heat race number 3. So top 3 in High-Tech Paving heat race number 3. Sean Gaddis crosses in third. Second goes to Chris Hennigan, your heat race winner at Happy, Texas. The Wichita Tank Racing number 20. Rodney Sanders, your winner of High-Tech Paving heat 3. Final heat of the night rolls out on the racetrack for the American Racer Modified Series. Jason Ingalls will set the pace in this one. Ingalls in the 12 out of Longview, Texas. His outside, David McDaniel out of Sanger, Texas, the 18D. Row 2 to the inside, Dustin Hyde. In the K9 out of Texarkana, his outside, Sinton, Texas racer Cody Leonard in the 12. Row 3 to the inside, we will find the 82 of Max Eddie Thomas out of Quinlan, Texas, alongside Blair, Oklahoma's Kel Westover in the 15W. And your final starter will be Mason Williams, 24W out of Falk, Arkansas, your lineup for heat race number 4. So here we go. Jason Ingalls front row on the inside. David McDaniel to his outside. Tater Hyde inside of row number 2. Cody Leonard to the outside. Max Eddie Thomas. Cale Westover on your third row with Mason Williams bringing up the tail of the field. Final heat here for the American Racer Modified Series. 8 more laps as Ingalls and McDaniel get set to bring us up to speed. Green flag waves off at turn 4 and we're underway. Jason Ingalls out in early command. Max Eddie Thomas will grab a handful of spots here on the opening lap as well. Max Eddie from 6th to 2nd on lap number 1. In the 82, he'll roll up into the runner-up spot as Jason Ingalls leads the field around the Boothill Speedway. Ingalls had a solid 3rd place finish last night in that IRP race cars number 12. Rolling right out in front of your field. Max Eddie Thomas into the 2nd place spot, trying to hold on to 2nd points over Michael Walker. Right now in the runner-up position of this heat race, David McDaniel holding his own right now in 3rd over Cody Leonard. Working down to the inside of David McDaniel. Good side-by-side battle for the 3rd place spot down the front straightaway. Now we got trouble down in turn 3. Cody Leonard spins to a halt at the top side of turn 3 and will go under the caution flag here with 5 in and 3 to go. Flag. Jason Ingalls out in front of your field. Ingalls, the 3rd place finisher here last night in that IRP race cars number 12. He's jumped out of the lead. Max Eddie Thomas has rolled from 6th to 2nd here in heat race number 4. David McDaniel was in a pretty good battle with Cody Leonard in that race for the 3rd place spot before Leonard spun on his own down in turn 3. So McDaniel trying to hold on to the 3rd place spot as Mason Williams and night number 1 winner Cale Westover round out your top 5 runners, and it's Dustin Hyde and Cody Leonard. The rest of the running order, 5 in, 3 to go as we crank them back up off of turn 4. In, 2 to go this time by Jason Ingalls. Trying to fend off Max Eddie Thomas, who's trying to make the most of that last restart. Cale Westover trying to work down to the inside of David McDaniel. Cody Leonard back into the top 5 already. Now 3 wide back there for the 3rd place spot. White flag in the air and 1 to go. Westover with a little contact on Cody Leonard in that 3-car race for the 3rd place spot. Now Westover bobbles coming off of turn 2. Out in front, race the checkers will go to Jason Ingalls, your heat race winner. So top 3 finishers. David McDaniel crosses in the 3rd place spot. 2nd goes to Max Eddie Thomas, and your heat race winner. He's out of Longview, Texas. That IRP race car, Shipley Motorsports, Mr. Plummer. RKT Operating and Mac Tools by Robbie Bradley. Number 12, Jason Ingalls, your winner in the final American Racer Modified Series heat race. So top 16 in passing points out of those heat races will lock in. Top 8 will redraw. The rest will have to work through the Day Motorsports B main a little bit later on in the program here for the American Racer Modified Series. Meantime, we'll turn it back over to Josh here as we get set for USRA Tuner heat races.
Thank you, Bryce. This will be your first of 3 USRA Tuner heat races, and your first one will line up like this. On the pole from Mineral Wells, Texas, driving the Little Monkey Pilot Car Service Magic Car Motorsports T. Fatiller Racing number 33B is Bondi Cannon. On the outside pole from Tyler, Texas, in the Lynn's Performance Pops & Sons Automotive number C73, that's Carmelia Shelton. To the inside of row number 2 out of Mesquite, Texas, behind the wheel of the Lynn's Performance Pops & Sons Automotive number 17T is Daniel Thompson. And on his outside from Stamps, Arkansas, driving the G&G Enterprise, Jimmy's Driving, Stamps Boys Trucking number 1X of Clay Gardner. Your 5th starter is also from Stamps, Arkansas, driving the G&G Enterprise, Jimmy's Driving, CGS Farms number 69G, that's Cade Gardner. And on the outside of row number 3 from Hope, Arkansas, aboard the Mikey's Auto Body and Fab, Brodick Cylinder Heads, Inked Threads number 33K of Cameron Smith. Your final starter hails from Marshall, Texas. Aboard the Collier Racing Platinum Collision Center number 14 is Chris Collier. We're going to go 6 laps in distance for USRA Tuner Heat Race action. All cars advancing to tonight's A feature for the USRA Tuners. Lights are out. We're going green out of 4. Green flag waving here at the hill. Bondi Cannon out to the early race lead, but here comes Daniel Thompson around the outside in the 17T. He's put up a couple of decent finishes throughout the weekend on Thursday and Friday. Bondi Cannon is a new addition to the race tonight. Daniel Thompson leads him down into corner number 3 with Bondi Cannon in the 2nd spot. Carmelia Shelton rides in 3rd. Cade Gardner, Chris Collier, Cameron Smith, and Clay Gardner is the rest of your field. Halfway complete with this one, 3 laps down and 3 laps to go for the 17T of Daniel Thompson. Bondi Cannon right behind in the 33B machine. Thompson, Cannon, and Shelton, your top 3, with Gardner, Collier, Smith, and Gardner rounding out the field. 2 laps to go. More like 1.5 as Thompson rolls down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4. White flag in the air. We got 1 lap to go in the USRA Tuner Heat Race number 1. Bondi Cannon, right behind Daniel Thompson as they roll into turn number 1. Thompson gonna bobble there through the middle of turn 2, but he'll keep it straight down the back straightaway, lead him into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming around out of turn 4 to grab the checkered flag, the 17T of Daniel Thompson is your heat race winner. Bondi Cannon will come home 2nd. Carmelia Shelton in the 3rd spot. Chris Collier finishes 4th. 5th will be Cameron Smith. 6th place goes to Clay Gardner, and Cade Gardner will round out the field in the 69G. So your top 3 cars from that one: 3rd place from Tyler, Texas, the C73 of Carmelia Shelton. 2nd place out of Mineral Wells, Texas, the 33B of Bondi Cannon. And taking the win from Mesquite, Texas, the 17T of Daniel Thompson. Heat race number 2 for the USRA Tuners will stack up like this. On the pole out of Texarkana, Arkansas, driving the Mini Wheat Farm Central Air Conditioning and Plumbing Wells Racing Bodies number 32C is Chris Scott. And to his outside, he's won both Thursday and Friday's events from Granbury, Texas. Behind the wheel of the Abilene Battery and Golf Cart number 7S is Stephen Bevels. To the inside of row number 2, out of Princeton, Louisiana, driving the JCR Components, Jeff's Racing Products, J&J Motorsports, number 22 is Connor Cook. And to the outside, out of Iowa Park, Texas, behind the wheel of the Jones Brothers Racing Dirty Diesel, 6 Beavers, number 4K is Cooper T. Fatiller. From Keithville, Louisiana, the F5 is Ben McDuff. And from Blanchard, Louisiana, in the Mikey's one-stop shop, Aero Race Wheels, 3B Signs and Things 777 is Mikey Brunker. Your final starter as the green flag flies is from Iowa Park, Texas, in the Jones Brothers Racing Dirty Diesel, 6 Beavers, number 14T of Colin T. Fatiller. Out front early in this one is the 7S of Stephen Bevels. So far has been uncontested throughout the weekend for a feature race win in the USRA Tuner competition. He'll lead lap number 1 with Chris Scott in the second spot. Connor Cook will now squeeze by for the second spot as they roll down the back straightaway. Here comes Mikey Brunker in the 777. Stephen Bevels, your race leader. Connor Cook in the second spot. Third is Mikey Brunker. Fourth, Chris Scott. And we got one into the wall in the middle of 3 and 4. That's the 4K of Cooper T. Fatiller. That will bring out the first caution of the night. .4K of Cooper T. Fatiller lost it in the middle of 3 and 4, went headfirst into the wall. Looks to be minimal damage there on the front bumper. Lights are out. We're set to go back. Green flag racing. We're 3 laps in and 3 laps to go for this one. Halfway home. Stephen Bevels, your race leader. So it's Bevels, Cook, and Brunker, your top 3 as they roll down the back straightaway. Scott and T. Fatiller rounding out your top 5. McDuff and T. Fatiller will round out the rest of the running order, as there's just 2 laps to go for Stephen Bevels in the 7S. White flag coming out this time. There's 1 lap left. Great 2-car battle for the 3rd spot between the 777 and Mikey Brunker and the 32C of Chris Scott. Checkered flag gonna wave this time as Bevels rolls through 3 and 4, coming to grab it. Your heat race number 2 winner for the USRA Tuners, the 7S of Stephen Bevels. Connor Cook comes home second. Third will be Mikey Brunker. Fourth is Chris Scott. Fifth goes to Colin T. Fatiller. Ben McDuff will be in 6th, and finishing in the last spot, 7th place will be the 4K of Cooper T. Fatiller. So your top 3 cars in that one. 3rd place from Blanchard, Louisiana, the 777 of Mikey Brunker. 2nd place from Princeton, Louisiana, the 22 of Connor Cook. And taking the win from Granbury, Texas, the 7S of Stephen Bevels. Heat race number 3 for the USRA Tuners will line up in this way. On the pole from Azle, Texas, driving the H3 Oil Pad, H3 Bathhouse, the Hacienda Boutique, number 628 is Colton Mooney. On his outside, out of Nash, Texas. Behind the wheel of the Mini Wheat Farm, Central Air Conditioning and Plumbing, Wells Racing Bodies, number 32L of Luke Wheat. To the inside of row number 2 from Big Sandy, Texas, the 20 car will be driven by Dakota Kitchen. And on the outside of row number 2 from Shreveport, Louisiana, driving the Southern Roofing Auto Body Specialist 86 Motorsports, number 24/7 is Brittany Graham. The 15S out of Scurry, Texas is Carl Orton. And your final starter is from Minden, Louisiana, driving the Affordable Cleaning Team, Kemp Design, Kirky Racing and Fabrications, number 0, Steve McEachern. Green flag in the air. We are going 6 laps in distance for the final heat race for the USRA Tuners. They'll roll down the back straightaway. Colton Mooney, your race leader in the 6:28. He'll pull ahead down the front stretch as Luke Wheat, Steve McEachern, and Brittany Graham have a 3-car battle for the second spot. Graham going to switch with McEachern. McEachern now on the bottom side, and here comes Graham through the middle down the back stretch. The 24/7 of Brittany Graham in the second spot. Colton Mooney, Brittany Graham, Luke Wheat, Steve McEachern, Carl Orton, and Dakota Kitchen, your running order. Hard hit down the back straightaway. The 0 of Steve McEachern took that one on the driver's side rear tire. That's going to bring out the first caution of heat race number 3 for the USRA Tuners. While we have a moment, folks, you can find us on Facebook at Boothill Speedway to find out everything that's coming up here at the hill for the rest of the season, as well as BoothillDirt.com, the official website of Boothill Speedway. You can also find USRA, United States Racing Association, on Facebook and other social media outlets. Also at USRARacing.com. You can find myself on Facebook at Joshua Bell-Announcer. I am the Boothill Speedway track announcer, proud to bring you all the action all season long here at the hill. Next event will be this Tuesday, November 9th. We'll have the Short Track Super Series coming to town. Lots of the big block modified drivers from the northeastern United States will be right here at the hill on Tuesday. NASCAR star Stuart Friesen will be in the house, as well as Matt Shepard and many other regulars for the Super Dirt Car Series Big Block Modifieds. I believe that one's going to be ruled a no start. Caution flag waving. We got 2 laps complete and 4 to go for USRA Tuner Heat Race number 3. Colton Mooney is your race leader. Brittany Graham and Luke Wheat on row 2. Carl Orton and Dakota Kitchen is your third and final row. Green flag waving. Problems for the 20 of Dakota Kitchen. He'll have to pull it into the infield and save it for the feature race coming up later in the program. As Colton Mooney leads them into corner number 3. Brittany Graham in the second spot with Luke Wheat in third. Fourth is Carl Orton. Going to be 2 laps to go this time for the 628. Carl Orton looks like he might be able to sneak into a third place spot. He's going to battle to the inside with Luke Wheat with 1 lap to go. White flag in the air for the 628 of Colton Mooney. Checkered flag waving on this one. Heat race number 3 for the USRA Tuners, won by Colton Mooney. Second place is Brittany Graham. Third, Luke Wheat. And in the fourth and final spot will be Carl Orton in the 15S. So your top 3 finishers in that one. Third from Nash, Texas, the 32L of Luke Wheat. Second place from Shreveport, Louisiana, the 24-7 of Brittany Graham. Taking the win out of Azle, Texas, the 628 of Colton Mooney. Up next will be your USRA Limited Modified B feature race. This race will be 12 laps in distance. We're going to take the top 12 cars to tonight's A feature for the USRA Southern Nationals. On the pole from Frankston, Texas, driving the 79 Express Trucking, number 79 is Tyler Parker. To his outside from Houghton, Louisiana, in the A-Mark Metals, number 9R, that's Barron Prince. To the inside of row number 2, out of Gladewater, Texas, driving the Nickens Brothers Racing Engines, number 47X is Kelly Lockey. And on his outside from Cleveland, Texas, behind the wheel of the AOK Auto Sales, number 87A, that's David Anderson. To the inside of row number 3, out of Bossier City, Louisiana, driving the SimpleChurch.tv, number 23 is Cody Tupper. And to his outside from DeBerry, Texas, in the Ray Ingalls Racing, number 210 is Chase Hatton. Your 7th starter is from Hallsville, Texas. Aboard the Mac Tools, number C88, that's Carson Bradley. And on his outside, out of Kaufman, Texas, behind the wheel of the Bullet Racing Engines, number 11, that's Eric Luttrell. To the inside of row number 5, out of Forney, Texas, driving the Synergy Environmental, number 56, that's Stephen Ashcraft. And to his outside from Gray, Texas, in the Straight Up Nutrition and Energy, number 18, is Stephen Hogan. Your 11th starter is from Blossom, Texas. Behind the wheel of the Whitakers Towing, number 94, that's Kyle Blanton. And on his outside, out of Ponchatoula, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Sheridan's Grass Cutting, number 56, is Rodney Sheridan. To the inside of row number 7 from Grand Saline, Texas, piloting the Texas Locomotive Solutions, number 47G, is Casey Fowler. And on his outside from Sibley, Louisiana, in the Williams Flooring and Construction Works, number 47CC, that's Connor Williams. Scheduled to start on the inside of row number 8, from Louisville, Arkansas, in the Team 5 Enterprise, number 30T, is Tim McDonald. And to his outside from Sweet Lake, Louisiana, in the Wilkerson Transportation, number 78, that's Wyatt Wilkerson. To the inside of row number 9, from Kemp, Texas, behind the wheel of the Quality Intermodal Delivery Service, number 3T, is Jason Trevathan. And from Mooringsport, Louisiana, driving the Golf Cart Palace, number 2H, is J.D. Emmons. To the inside of row number 10, from West Monroe, Louisiana, in the Storm Services, number 17, that's Austin Storm. And on his outside from Shreveport, Louisiana, driving the North Shreveport Auto Title, number 49C, Timothy Bell. Your final starter is from Frankston, Texas, behind the wheel of the Isaacs Wrecker Service, number 15, that's Denny Guyber. So looks like out of the 21 cars scheduled to start, we have 19. We're going to go 12 laps and take the top 12. Walker, Prince, Lockie, Anderson, Tupper, Hatton, Bradley, Luttrell, Ashcraft, Hogan, Blanton, Sheridan, Fowler, Williams, McDonald, Wilkerson, Trevathan, Ammons, Austin Storm, Timothy Bell, Denny Guyver. Here we go. Green flag waving for USRA Limited Modified B feature. And contact there on the front straightaway. A couple cars hitting the outside retaining wall down the front stretch. The 17 of Austin Storm and the 2H of J.D. Ammons got the worst of that one. Caution flag waving for the first time in the USRA Limited Modified B feature. Lights are out. We're going to give her one more go. 12 laps in distance for the USRA Limited Modified B feature. We're taking the top 12. Green flag in the air. Here we go. Down the front straightaway and into 1 and 2. Aaron Prince out to the early race lead. The 87A of David Anderson on the outside of Kelly Lockie as Lockie slides himself into the third spot. They're 3 wide for fourth. David Anderson's going to have the spot at the line with Cody Tupper coming home just short in the fifth spot. The 47cc of Connor Williams is in the 12th and final transfer spot as he rolls through 3 and 4. 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson will challenge him there. 15 of Denny Guyver right behind as he makes some contact with the 78 through 1 and 2. laps down and 8 to go for the 9R of Baron Prince. The 18 of Stephen Hogan holds a 12th transfer spot, as now the 4.7cc of Connor Williams gets back by. He's up to 12th again. Baron Prince, your race leader, all alone out front with Tyler Parker in the second spot. Kelly Lockheed rides in third. Cody Tupper and Chase Hatton rounding out your top 5. Wide right in front of the 12th and final transfer spot. Connor Williams still has it in the 4.7cc, but Denny Guyber is coming up fast in the 15. The 18 of Stephen Hogan right behind him there. Tim McDonald and Kyle Blanton. Timothy Bell rounding out the field as he'll go a lap down. The 9R of Baron Prince, your race leader, will put him 1 lap down. 2 to go this time by for the 9R of Baron Prince. White flag. We got 1 lap to go for the USRA Limited Modified B main. Connor Williams still in that 12th and final transfer spot. Stephen Ashcraft right there battling for it. Excuse me, Stephen Ashcraft in the 12th and final transfer spot, but Denny Guyber's going to take it at the line. Denny Guyber moves into the 12th and final transfer spot as the checkered flag waves. So your 12 advancing cars, the 15 of Denny Guyber, the 4.7cc of Connor Williams, the 56X of Rodney Sheridan, the 11 of Eric Luttrell, the 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson, the 87A of David Anderson, the C88 of Carson Bradley, the 23 of Cody Tupper, the 210 of Chase Hatton, the 47 of Kelly Lockheed, the 79 of Tyler Parker, and taking the win in the 9R out of Houghton, Louisiana, Baron Prince. Next will be a couple of hot lap sessions for the top 10 locked into tonight's A features for the USRA factory stocks and USRA limited modifieds. Be a great time to visit the concession stand at the top of the hill. Get you something hot to eat, something cold to drink, or maybe the opposite with this chillier weather. First out will be your USRA Limited Modified Top 10 lock-ins for a couple of hot laps. First car out, he'll be your 10th starter tonight from Colfax, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the B&D Motorsports Express Race Cars Henry's Auto Salvage. Number 88M is Joshua Martin. The second car out, the K1 out of Marksville, Louisiana. In the K1 Contracting, Joel's Auto Sales Sugarland Garden Soil and Materials entry. That's Stephen Guidry. He'll be your 9th starter. Your 3rd starter from Happy, Texas, driving the Western Flyer Race Cars, number 02 down the back straightaway. That's the Rocket, Rodney Sanders. And behind him from Emory, Texas, in the Honeycutt Sand and Gravel, Bel Air Heating and Air, McKinley Farms, number 5 is Kevin Sestaire. He's going to start in the 8th spot in tonight's A feature. Rolling into turn number 3 out of Greenville, Texas, in the Knowles Performance Engines Western Flyer Race Cars Rowdy Auto Sales, number 5X is Bo Day. And your pole sitter, also from Greenville, Texas, piloting the 517 A&B Diesel Performance BDR Motorsports, number 20D of Rowdy Day. Your 3rd fastest driver in the USRA Limited Modified Hot Laps, turning a lap of 16.874, the 5X of Bo Day, 3rd quickest. 2nd best time, a 16.803, turned by the 02 of Rodney Sanders. And no surprise, fastest on the board, turning a lap of 16.710, the 20D of Rowdy Day. Onto the track now will be your USRA Factory Stock Top 10 Lock-In Hot Lap session. And the first car out is from Bossier City, Louisiana, driving the Dales Pavement Laser Race Cars Superior Bar and Grill, number 12 is Bo Perry. Behind him from Cut and Shoot, Texas, the DAF Chassis Knowles Performance 5-Star Septic, number 27 of Dalton Faulkner. 3rd car out from Wills Point, Texas, behind the wheel of the 2.5 chassis, Big Dave's Racing Engines, Dark Horse Racing Shocks, number 98 is Chris Davis. Followed by from Longview, Texas, the Twin City Towing Harvey Toyota Harvey Subaru, number 81 of Ricky Ingalls. Out of Gladewater, Texas, the Mike Jones Consulting Sword Farm, Steve Harrington State Farm, number 215 of TJ Evans. Followed by the Sinton, Texas Racer, driving the Alberson Motorsports CD Electric Lincoln Heritage Life Insurance, number 9C of Caitlin Leonard. From Mineral Springs, Arkansas, driving the Remax Club 20 Suspension Outlaw Race Cars, number 32R, that is Neil Kemp. And finally from Shreveport, Louisiana, aboard the Twin City Towing Port City Gun Works, number 10X, Josh Daughtery. Checkered flag waving on the USRA factory stock hot lap session. Your third fastest with a lap time of 18.324, the 32R of Neil Kemp. Second quick with an 18.308, the 215 of TJ Evans. And your fastest car with a lap time of 18.230, the 27 of Dalton Faulkner. Here is your USRA factory stock B feature. This race will be 12 laps in distance. Top 12 cars advancing to tonight's A feature. And on the pole from Dallas, Texas, driving the Texas Auto Sales Smiley's Racing Products Sniper Speed number 1W, your current USRA factory stock national point leader, Walter Hamilton. On his outside from Bossier City, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Harvey Toyota, Harvey Subaru, Lexus of Shreveport, Bossier City, number 55M, the Boothill Speedway track champion, Cody Myers. To the inside of row number 2, out of Vidor, Texas, in the Green Tech Sales, Royal Purple Motor Oil, Chapman Motorsports, number 1H of Jared Herring. And on his outside from Vivian, Louisiana, driving the Twin City Towing, Harvey Toyota, number 87, is Doug Vick Jr. To the inside of row number 2, from Cleveland, Texas, behind the wheel of the CC Custom Bodies, MRM Body Shop, Big Dave's Racing Engines, number 21S, Calvin Tucker. And to his outside, your 6th starter is from Robeline, Louisiana, in the Scotty Shade Tree Performance Legacy Construction Pro Ship Transmission, number 1 of Dalton Dubois. To the inside of row number 4, we move. And out of Edgewood, Texas, in the Outlaw Race Cars Best Engines Patriot Racing, number 13, is Jeff Hammett. And to his outside, from 7 Points, Texas, behind the wheel of the Valerie Baum, the Racing Realtor, White Horse Tuning and Dyno, 79 Express Trucking, number 197, it's Gary Peanut Fitch. To the inside of row number 5, from Provençal, Louisiana, aboard the LCC Trucking Outlaw Race Cars Jones Septic, number B21, Bubba Jones. And to his outside, it'll be the Terrell, Texas Racer from in the Wills Point Automotive, Wills Point Auto Sales, Synergy Environmental, number 23 of Don Jensen. Peyton Daughtery, Austin Hale, Greg Hammett, James Martin, Brandon Bettis, CJ Howell, Andrew Albritton, Dustin Choate, Joe Findling, and Nicholas Morgan is the rest of your field. We're going 12 laps. Top 12 make it to tonight's USRA Southern Nationals A feature for the USRA factory stocks. Green flag in the air, and here comes Cody Myers around the outside of Walter Hamilton. He'll lead the field down the back straightaway with Doug Vick Jr. pacing in the 3rd spot. The 1H of Jared Herring gets a little bit squirrely through 3 and 4, but he'll keep it staying green. The 21S of Calvin Tucker peeks his nose down to the bottom side, trying to find a passing lane around Jared Herring, a pair of Houston area racers there. X of Dakota Wyatt is in the 12th and final transfer spot at the moment. X of Dakota Wyatt still in your 12th and final transfer spot, trying to track down Don Jensen in the 23. 38 of Mike Wells, the B21 of Bubba Jones, all right there. The 197 of Peanut Fitch as well. Behind the 15X is the 13X of Austin Hale. He's one spot out looking in, as well as CJ Howell in the 34 car. James Martin and Greg Hammett will battle side by side as they roll down the back straightaway. Martin's going to pull ahead, and Cody Myers and Walter Hamilton are leaving the field out front. They're side by side as they exit turn 2 and roll down the back stretch. And we got a couple cars together down the front straightaway, one up onto the wall. Caution flag on the speedway, the 34P of Peyton Daugherty got a little bit crossed up there. Sent James Martin with him into the wall. Caution flag waving on the USRA factory stock B main. Lights are out on this one. We're about to set them loose. 5 laps down and 7 to go. The 55M of Cody Myers and the 1W of Walter Hamilton have yet to be challenged for the front 2 positions. Green flag in the air. 15X of Dakota Wyatt bumped out of the way. 13X of Austin Hale now in the 12th and final transfer spot. He'll roll down the back straightaway, trying to peek around the outside of Mike Wells. Here comes Dakota White to the inside. It's a 3-car battle for the 12th and final transfer spot. Austin Hale's going to have it as they roll into 1 and 2. It's actually the 11th spot there. Dakota Wyatt in the 12th and final transfer spot in the 15X. Cody Myers and Walter Hamilton still out front, The 87 of Doug Vick Jr. in the 3rd spot. Jared Herring and Calvin Tucker rounding out your top 5. The 13 of Jeff Hammett in the 6th spot with Dalton Dubois, Bubba Jones, Peanut Fitch, Don Jensen as they go nearly 4 wide in stair-step formation entering the corner of 3. The 13 of Jeff Hammett going to come up with it through 3 and 4. 21S of Calvin Tucker peeks around the outside and he'll steal it. Lots of side-by-side action all through the field in this one. 15X of Dakota Wyatt still in your 12th and final transfer spot, being challenged by the 34 of CJ Howell, and now he's going to put Austin Hale into the 12th spot. Problems for the 38 of Mike Wells. He's off the pace and into the infield with 1 lap to go for your race leader, Cody Myers. Down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4 for the final time. USRA factory stock B main will go to the 55M of Cody Myers. 2nd will be Walter Hamilton. 3rd is Doug Vick Jr. 4th, Jared Herring. 5th, Calvin Tucker. 6th, Bubba Jones. 7th, Jeff Hammett. 8th, Dalton Dubois. 9th is Peanut Fitch. 10th, Don Jensen. 11th is Dakota Wyatt. And the 34 of CJ Howell comes up in your 12th and final transfer spot. So your advancing cars, the 34 of C.J. Howell, the 15X of Dakota Wyatt, the 23 of Don Jensen, the 197 of Peanut Fitch, the 1 of Dalton DuBois, the 13 of Jeff Hammett, the B21 Bubba Jones, 21S of Calvin Tucker, the 1H Jared Herring, the 87 of Doug Vick Jr., 1W Walter Hamilton, and taking the win, the 55M from Bossier City, Louisiana, your Boothill Speedway track champion, Cody Myers. I'll turn the microphone over to Bryce Hall for the USRA the American Racer Modified Series.
Thank you very much, Josh. Getting set here for the Day Motorsports B main at 10 laps, top 6 advance. So 10 laps, top 6 go to the show. Your Day Motorsports B main will line up like this. Jeff Needham will be front row on the inside, the 99. Out of Ennis, Texas, and to his outside, the Night 1 winner here at the 4th Annual Summit Southern Nationals. Cale Westover will start on the outside of row number 1. Westover in the 125 out of Blair, Oklahoma. Row 2 on the inside, it's Chris Huckabee out of Midlothian, Texas, the 2C. Michael Walker will start to his outside, the 34 to McAllen, Texas. Row 3 to the inside, it's Mason Williams, the 24W out of Falk, Arkansas. To his outside, Justin McCoy, the 410 out of Grandview, Texas. Row 4 on the inside, it's Richard Brown Jr. out of Dallas, Texas, the 1H. He starts 7th with Kevin Rowland to his outside. Rowland out of Cedar Hill, Texas in the 4R. Row 5 on the inside, it's Jake Huckabee out of Texarkana, the 18J car, alongside the K9 of Dustin Tater-Hyde out of Texarkana. Your final 2 starters will be Jason Payton out of Greenwood, Arkansas, the 6 alongside Houston, Texas racer Colton Horner in the 56. Your 12 starters for 10 laps in the Day Motorsports B main, taking the top 6 into tonight's 4,000 to win finale here for the American Racer Modified Series presented by Day Motorsports. A couple of series provisionals possible as well into tonight's A main, so 22 to 24 starters here tonight for the Modifieds. We'll see who the next 6 are to move on into the A main. Jeff Needham front row on the inside. Again, a one-time winner this season of USRA action at the Boothill Speedway. He'll start on the inside of row number 1. Cale Westover will fire to his outside. Westover, Thursday night's winner here at Boothill. He also finished 7th last night. But he'll start on the outside of row number 1 here in the B main. He was a 13-time winner coming into this weekend in USRA action. Other unsanctioned wins as well for the 125, racing for David Tanner this weekend. Chris Huckabee, 2nd row on the inside, 6th in the ARM Series standings. He was just inside the top 15 last night in the 2C, and Michael Walker's had quite an uphill weekend. 3rd in the standings, 7 points back from Max Eddie Thomas. Finished 12th on night number 2 last night, but it certainly was a lot of work for the 34 Michael Walker to get there. Mason Williams on the inside of the 3rd row. Justin McCoy to his outside. McCoy had a great run on night number 1 up to 7th. Was involved in an early caution here last night, though. Put the 410 in a DNF last night in the A main. Richard Brown, Kevin Rowland on row 4. Jake Huckabee, Tater-Hyde on row 5. And Jason Payton and Colton Horner as we tighten them up and get set for the start of this one. 10 laps, top 6 go to tonight's 4,000 to win American Racer Tire A main. Out comes the green on your Day Motorsports B main. Westover will take the 125 to the top side of the racetrack. Look out, Mason Williams is out of shape. He nearly took Richard Brown with him. Kevin Rowland trying to take advantage of that. Now he's tied up with the 24 car as Jason Payton will sneak by into a transfer spot in that shakeup. So Payton able to take advantage as Williams and Rowland were tied up with one another for a moment. Out in front, Cale Westover leads. Chris Huckabee in 2nd. Justin McCoy in 3rd. Michael Walker in 4th. Jeff Needham and Jason Payton for for the top 6 transfers. Looks like Richard Brown Jr. in that final transfer spot. Transponder not hitting on the 1H as he sits in the 6th and final transfer spot. So Richard Brown Jr. on the bubble right now, the 1H car, just ahead of Kevin Rowland. Meanwhile, out in front, Cale Westover continues to lead your field here in the Day Motorsports B main. Chris Huckabee going to see a challenge out of Justin McCoy. McCoy within reach of the 2C. Final transfer spot up for grabs as well. Kevin Rowland down to the inside of Richard Brown Jr. He'll race by the 1H down the front straightaway. Down in front, though, Cale Westover is going to roll uncontested. Now Wichita Tank Racing 125. Oh, we got trouble for Kevin Rowland now down the front straightaway. The 4R off the pace. And not able to turn off the banking, though. See if he can get clear down to the infield. He does. Tough break for the 4R of Kevin Rowland. Cale Westover leads now. Chris Huckabee in second. Third is Justin McCoy. Fourth, Michael Walker. Fifth, Jeff Needham. And now Richard Brown Jr. back into a final transfer spot. Dustin Hyde trying to roll by the 1H of Brown into the final transfer position. Those two side by side here as the white flag will wave this time out of turn 4. One more lap to go here in the B main. Keep an eye on the battle for the final transfer spot here on the final circuit. Cale Westover going to win the B main. Huckabee will cross in second. McCoy in third. Walker in fourth. Needham takes fifth, and the final transfer spot goes to Richard Brown Jr. at the line. So your top 6 transfers are Richard Brown Jr. takes the 6th and final transfer spot. 5th goes to Jeff Needham. 4th to Michael Walker. 3rd to Justin McCoy. 2nd to Chris Huckabee. And your B main winner, he won here on Thursday night. And that Wichita Tank Racing number 125 racing for David Tanner. Cale Westover, your winner in the Day Motorsports B main. So Cale Westover, Chris Huckabee, Justin McCoy, Michael Walker, Jeff Needham, and Richard Brown Jr., your top 6 transfers out of the B main.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your Summit Racing Equipment USRA Southern Nationals USRA Limited Modified feature is going to line up like this. On the tail of the field, your 24th starter from Blossom, Texas, in the Whitakers towing number 94 is Kyle Blanton. To the inside from Forney, Texas, driving the Synergy Environmental number 56, Stephen Ashcraft. My apologies, folks. We're going to take a quick intermission here. Be a good time to get up and stretch your legs. Visit the concession stand at the top of the hill. We'll be back in just a moment for our feature races.
Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at fragolaperformancesystems.com. Fragola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
The USRA Souvenir Trailer is the official souvenir trailer of the 8th Annual Summit USRA Nationals presented by My Race Pass. Shirts, hoodies, hats, drinkware, and so much more are available for purchase. Visit the USRA Souvenir Trailer and grab your Nationals gear today.
2021 is going to be a great year to rediscover family fun and American freedom. And there's no better place to find all American family entertainment than Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri. We are host to some of the nation's greatest grassroots motorsports, including late models, sprint cars, pro pulling, drag boats, and more. There's also amazing food and refreshments, attractions, distractions, and merchandise.
For more info, visit lucasoilspeedway.com.
Lucas Oil Speedway, where motorsports come to life.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hi friends, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. With over 500 pre-owned vehicles in stock, there's never been a better time to buy. At Mel Ham Ford, you'll find cars, trucks, SUVs, all in one location. Chevy, Dodge, Toyota, Kia, plenty of inventory to choose from, not just Fords. At Mel Ham Ford, you have our promise that every vehicle is inspected by a certified technician because we care. Let our experienced sales staff show you that buying a car can be easy. Come out and check us out in person or check us out online at mhford.com. Mel Ham Ford, experience the difference for yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for your USRA Limited Modified Southern National Feature Race. On the pole from Greenville, Texas, driving the 517, number 20D is Rowdy Day. And on his outside from Marshall, Texas, driving the True Love Law Firm, number 69, Derek Grigsby. To the inside of row number 2 from Happy, Texas, in the Western Flyer Race Cars, number 02 is Rodney Sanders. And on his outside, out of Greenville, Texas, driving the Knowles Performance Engines, number 5X, of Bo Day. To the inside of row number 3 out of Red Lake, Texas, behind the wheel of the Sarah with Griffin Realtors, number 2 is Adam Roy. And on his outside, starting 6th from Forney, Texas, in the Hilltop Lanes, number 76 is Joe Findling. Your 7th starter is from Texarkana, Texas, behind the wheel of the Texarkana Emergency Center and Hospital, number 35 of Aaron Roy. And to his outside from Emory, Texas, piloting the Honeycutt Sand and Gravel, number 5 is Kevin Sestair. To the inside of row number 5 from Marksville, Louisiana, in the K1 Contractors, number K1 is Stephen Guidry. And your 10th starter from Colfax, Louisiana, in the B&D Motorsports, number 88M, Joshua Martin. To the inside of row number 6 from Houghton, Louisiana, driving the A-Mark Metals number 9R, that's Barron Prince. And on his outside from Frankston, Texas, in the 79 Express Trucking number 79, Tyler Parker. Your 13th starter is from Gladewater, Texas, and he drives the RKT Operating Incorporated number 47X. It's Kelly Lockey. From DeBerry, Texas, in the Ray Ingalls Racing number 210, that's Chase Hatton. And behind him on the inside of row number 8, the 15th starting spot from Bossier City, Louisiana, in the SimpleChurch.tv, number 23 is Cody Tupper. On his outside, starting 16th from Hallsville, Texas, in the Mac Tools number C88 is Carson Bradley. And to the inside of row number 9 from Cleveland, Texas, aboard the AOK Auto Sales number 87A, that's David Anderson. On his outside, out of Sweet Lake, Louisiana, piloting the Wilkerson Transportation number 78, that's Wyatt Wilkerson. And from Kaufman, Texas, jockeying the Bullet Racing Engines number 11 will be Eric Luttrell. On his outside from Ponchatoula, Louisiana, in the Sheridan's Grass Cutting number 56 is Rodney Sheridan. To the inside of row number 11 from Sibley, Louisiana, aboard the Williams Flooring and Construction Works number 47CC, Connor Williams. Your 22nd starter is from Frankston, Texas, behind the wheel of the Isaacs Wrecker Service number 15, it's Denny Guyber. And your final row will be 2 provisional starters out of Forney, Texas, in the Synergy Environmental number 56. It's Stephen Ashcraft. And from Blossom, Texas, piloting the Whitaker's Towing number 94, it's Kyle Blanton. The lights are out. We are going green. Out of turn number 4 for the Summit Racing Equipment USRA Southern Nationals. Here are your USRA Limited Modifieds. Green flag waving at the hill. Big pile up behind the race leaders on lap number 1. Gonna send cars all over the place in turn 1. Caution flag on the speedway. Looks like we got all the mess cleaned up. 25 laps in distance for tonight's USRA Limited Modified Southern Nationals Championship feature. Rowdy Day has swept the weekend so far, looking for one more win. This one would be worth $2,000. Derek Grigsby in the second spot with Rodney Sanders in third. Bo Day and Adam Roy rounding out your top 5. The lights are out. We're going to set them loose out of turn 4. Green flag waving. Derek Grigsby with a great start on that one. The 69 True Love Law Firm entry around the outside of pole sitter Rowdy Day. He's going to lead him off at 2 and down the backstretch. Derek Grigsby, Rowdy Day, Rodney Sanders, your top 3. And here comes Day back to the inside. He's going to come up short that time. We got one crossed up in the middle of 3 and 4. That's Cody Tupper. He'll roll it through the infield and we'll stay green. Bo Day and Adam Roy have a quick battle there for the 4th spot. Bo Day's going to come up with it. And Rodney Sanders with a slide job out in front of Rowdy Day. He's going to cross back underneath it and down the front stretch. Rowdy Day back to second. Derek Grigsby up high on the cushion. Your race leader, he's got a 2-car length advantage. He'll stretch it out to 3 or 4 as he enters the 3rd corner ahead of Rowdy Day. Grigsby and Day, the only 2 drivers to lead laps in USRA Limited Modified Feature competition this weekend so far. Here comes Day challenging Grigsby again through 3 and 4. Grigsby's going to have it out of the corner. Rodney Sanders now goes to the cushion trying to find something to get around Rowdy Day. Derek Grigsby still your race leader. 5 laps down and 20 to go. Bo Day in the 4th spot. 5th is Adam Roy. And Aaron Roy in the 6th spot. He's going to loop it in 1 and 2. The 35 of Aaron Roy pulls to his stop after spinning out in 1 and 2. Caution flag waving for the 2nd time in the USRA Limited Modified Feature action. Lights are out. 5 laps down and 20 to go for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Grigsby's going to get us set here. Flagman's going to turn us loose with the green flag. Rowdy Day and Rodney Sanders battle wheel to wheel into 1 and 2. Out of 2, Rowdy's got it, but Sanders has a run down the backstretch. He'll tap the wall, sparks fly as they continue to battle for the 2nd spot. You can go ahead and call it a 3-car battle for the lead. Derek Grigsby been strong out front the whole time so far. He's going to get up high on the cushion. We'll roll right around the top of the speedway. Here comes Rodney Sanders on the outside in the 0-2. Sanders around the outside of Rowdy Day. He's into the 2nd spot. He'll set his sights on race leader Derek Grigsby. Still in the early stages of this one. Not yet 10 laps gone in our 25-lap main event. The 0-2 of Sanders remains strong on the high side. Rowdy Day can't get back in front to cause him to slow up. His brother Bo Day right behind him with Adam Roy in the 5th spot. Grigsby, Sanders, Day, Roy, and Day, your top 5. Bo Day going to peek to the inside of Adam Roy through 3 and 4. They're going to go wheel to wheel down the front stretch. Roy's got the 4th spot as they cross the ABC Auto Parts flag stand. Bo Day with a slide job attempt, couldn't quite get high enough to block the 2 of Adam Roy. And here comes Derek Grigsby and Rodney Sanders, both tickling the cushion up on the high side. Sanders consistently faster lap times than the 69 of Derek Grigsby. He's yet to get by him. Here he comes to the inside. The Rockets got the bottom side of the speedway. Derek Grigsby up on the high side. Grigsby, Sanders, and Day as the laps wind closer to the halfway point. We're halfway home, 12 and a half down and 12 and a half to go. The 69 of Derek Grigsby still your race leader, and he's led every lap so far. He has not been uncontested, though. The 02 of Rodney Sanders has been very strong. The 20D of Rowdy Day in the 3rd spot, not going away. The 5X of Bo Day and the 2 of Adam Roy rounding out your top 5. Stephen Guidry, Chase Hatton, Joshua Martin, Joe Findling, Denny Guyber all the way through the field. He's a new addition. He's up to 8th now. And the 9R of Baron Prince round out your top 10. Of Cody Tupper off the pace and into the infield. He'll call it a night in the 23 machine. 16 laps down and 9 to go for the 69 of Derek Grigsby. He's pulled ahead by about 3.5 car lengths over Rodney Sanders. So we are past the midway point of this one. Grigsby looking strong on the cushion. Rodney Sanders rolling right below the cushion with that right rear tire. And he's gaining ground on Grigsby yet again. Here they come to the flag stand. Grigsby's got a 1.5 second advantage over the 02 of Rodney Sanders on that lap. Grigsby will put the 94 of Kyle Blanton a lap down, and lap traffic may become a huge factor in this event if we stay green. 5 laps to go this time for the 69 of Grigsby. The 02 of Rodney Sanders took home the modified win last night, worth $3,000. He's trying to pull into victory lane for the USRA Limited Modifieds. $2,000 on the line for them tonight with 4 laps to go. It's all Grigsby, Sanders, and Day out front. They have a half straightaway advantage over the 4th place car, the 5X of Bo Day. Grigsby will lead Sanders into 3 and 4. Grigsby around the middle of this racing surface. The 20 of Rodney Sanders up on the high side through 3 and 4. Up in 1 and 2. Grigsby likes that cushion in the 69. The 02 of Sanders will roll right underneath it as well. The 20D of Rowdy Day is yet to stick the right rear tire up onto the cushion so far in this one. 2 laps to go coming out of turn 4. Here comes Sanders to the inside. He's got to run. Can't make anything happen as they enter 1. Slower car of Eric Luttrell down on the bottom side of the speedway. That should play into the hands of the 69 of Grigsby. As Grigsby rolls the top side, white flag in the air this time. What will Sanders do? Grigsby will roll around the high side. Rowdy Day right there as well. He'll poke his nose under Rodney Sanders. He'll try to split the lap car. The 69 of Grigsby will. Rodney Sanders up on the high side. He's going to make the pass coming out of turn 4. Rodney Sanders steals the win. Derek Grigsby comes home 2nd. Rowdy Day in 3rd. Bo Day in 4th. 5th place, the 2 of Adam Roy. Climbing out of the car, y'all give it up for your, climbing out of the car, y'all give it up for your USRA Limited Modified feature winner, the Rocket, Rodney Sanders. Well, Rodney, we had ourselves some good feature racing in the USRA Limited Modifieds this weekend. You've been fast all weekend, man. You took home the big check, and you only led one lap. Tell us about that race.
Man, it's I knew we had to be on the top in 1 and 2, and I was just trying to set him up and try to make him move down the track. But he did a good job. But luckily that lap car, held him up. But I got to thank Chance McDaniel. This is his car. I didn't even touch this thing all weekend. Him and his kid did all the work. It's a Western Flyer car, and Curtis built a good car. I also got to thank Cal Westover. He's a friend of mine, and he gave us a couple pointers on what to do. So kudos to him. But like I said, thanks to Chance and his whole family for letting me drive it.
All right, man. Well, you got it done in the limited. You won last night's feature in the modified as well. You were flying in the heat race. How do you feel about that one coming up here in just a little bit?
I think we'll have a good car. I just, 40 laps is a long time, so we just got to make sure we're there at the end and see what happens.
All right, y'all give it up for your USRA Limited Modified feature winner, the 02 of Rodney Sanders. Here we go for the USRA Tuner Feature Championship. On the pole from Princeton, Louisiana in the JCR components, Jeff's Racing Products, J&J Motorsports. Number 22 is Connor Cook. On his outside from Mesquite, Texas in the Lens Performance Pops & Sons Automotive, number 17T, Daniel Thompson. Two-time feature winner this weekend from Granbury, Texas in the Abilene Battery and Golf Cart, number 7S, Stephen Bevels. And on his outside from Shreveport, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Southern Roofing Auto Body Specialist, 86 Motorsports, number 24-7, Brittany Graham. To the inside of row number 3 from Marshall, Texas, the Collier Racing Platinum Collision Center, number 14 is Chris Collier. And from Blanchard, Louisiana in the Mikey's One Stop Shop, number 777 is Mikey Brunker. Colton Mooney, Bondi Cannon, Carmelia Shelton, Luke Wheat, Carl Orton, Chris Scott, Colin Tifatiller, Cameron Smith, Dakota Kitchen, Clay Gardner, Ben McDuff, Steve McEachern, Cooper Tifatiller, and Cade Gardner. Green flag at the hill for the USRA Southern Nationals Championship feature for the USRA Tuners. Connor Cook in the early race lead in the 22 car, 24-7 of Brittany Graham. Got to get a little bit squirrely through 3 and 4. The 22 of Connor Cook will lead lap number 1 of 15 for the USRA Southern Nationals. Stephen Bevels has been flawless this weekend in the 7S, and here he comes trying to track down your race leader of Connor Cook. It's Cook, Bevels, Thompson, Graham. Cook, Bevels, Thompson, Mooney, and Graham, your top 5. Connor Cook going to slide up at the exit of 2. That's going to open the door for the 7S of Bevels to make a challenge to the inside. We got a caution through 1 and 2. I believe that's the 15S of Carl Orton, bringing out the first caution of the USRA Tuner feature race. Lights are out. We got 2 laps down, 13 to go for your championship feature for the USRA Tuners. Connor Cook, your race leader, with Stephen Bevels in the 2nd spot, Daniel Thompson in 3rd, Brittany Graham and Colton Mooney rounding out your top 5. Green flag in the air. Here comes Stephen Bevels back to chase the 22 of Cook. Stephen Bevels will take the lead out of turn number 2. 7S of Bevels back out front here in the USRA Tuner Division at Boot Hill. Connor Cook in the 2nd spot, Colton Mooney in 3rd, Daniel Thompson 4th, and Chris Collier rounding out the top 5. T of Colin T. Fatiller going to pull to the infield. We've got a caution on the speedway. We got some debris on the front straightaway. That's the cause of the caution. 5 laps down and 10 to go for the USRA Tuners Championship feature for the USRA Southern Nationals. Like to remind everybody that we will be racing here at the Hill on Tuesday night, part of the Short Track Super Series Cajun Swing. Y'all be sure to come out and join us. A couple of support classes will also be racing. Wednesday night, they'll move and make their way to the Arklatex Speedway in Vivian, Louisiana. Thursday night, they'll be at Revolution Park in Monroe. The lights are out. We got 6 laps down and 9 to go. The 7S of Stephen Bevels, your race leader. The 628 of Colton Mooney with a good restart there. He's going to peek his nose to the inside and try to challenge the 7S for the race lead. Colton Mooney now up to second, ahead of the 22 of Connor Cook. As we approach the midway point in this one. Race leader Stephen Bevels will cross down the back straightaway. That means we're halfway home, 7.5 down and 7.5 to go in this 15-lap event. It's Bevels, Mooney, Cook, Thompson, and Wheat, your top 5. Thompson will pull to the inside of Connor Cook, challenging for the 3rd spot. They're going to go wheel to wheel through 3 and 4. Bevels, Mooney, Cook, Thompson, and Wheat still your top 5 as Bondi Cannon will now challenge for top 5 bid. There's going to be 3 laps to go this time for the 7S of Bevels. Trying to complete the sweep at the USRA Southern Nationals presented by Summit Racing Equipment. Two to go. White flag in the air. We got 1 lap to go in the USRA Tuner Championship feature. The 7S of Stephen Bevels has been virtually uncontested this weekend here at the Hill. He'll roll down the speedway, the back straight, into 3 and 4 for the final time. He sweeps the weekend worth $1,000. Your USRA Tuner Champion, the 7S of Stephen Bevels. Colton Mooney comes home second. Third is Connor Cook. Fourth, Daniel Thompson. And rounding out the top 5 is Bondi Cannon. Red flag conditions are on the speedway. I did not see what happened there. All right, word over the radios is that Clay Gardner is okay over there in the pits. So a round of applause for that one. Also a round of applause for our winner, Stephen Bevels. He swept the weekend. Lots of money won right there for you, man.
Oh, yeah, it was a good weekend. Had a little bit of a battle. That 22 car wasn't giving up. He had a good line running. I wasn't sure how hard I was going to have to work to get around him. He made a little mistake and let me get underneath him and let me get clear. And once I got in the clear, I was in pretty good shape after that.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, what are the plans for the rest of the year? I know it's getting a little bit too cold to be racing all the time, but what are you going to be doing?
This is it. We're done for the season.
All right. Any plans over the off season? Maybe a new car? Anything you want to tell us about?
We got a new one, a blue one, and we're building an enduro car. We're going to build an enduro car out of one of these and see if we can keep up with the big ones.
All right. We going to see you at the Hill next year?
Possibly.
All right. We might see him. The 7S of Stephen Bevels, your USRA Tuner champion. All right, folks, here is your USRA Factory Stock 2000 to Win Championship feature. On the pole from Cut and Shoot, Texas, trying to sweep the weekend in the DAF Chassis Knowles Performance 5-star Septic, number 27, Dalton Faulkner. On his outside, out of Bossier City, Louisiana, in the Dales Pavement Laser Race Car Superior Bar and Grill, number 12, Bo Perry. To the inside of row number 2, out of Longview, Texas, in the Twin City Towing, Harvey Toyota, Harvey Subaru, number 81, it's Ricky Ingalls. And on his outside from Mineral Springs, Arkansas, aboard the Remax Club 20 Suspension Outlaw Race Cars, number 32, R of Neil Kemp. To the inside of row number 3 from Wills Point, Texas, driving the 2.5 chassis, Big Dave's Racing Engines, Dark Horse Racing Shocks, number 98. That's going to be Chris Davis. And on his outside from Gladewater, Texas, in the Mike Jones Consulting, Sword Farms, Steve Harrington, State Farm, number 215 is TJ Evans. On the inside of row number 4 from Blossom, Texas, behind the wheel of the Whitakers Towing, Adams Lawn and Landscape, Paris Inflatables, number 4B is Kyle Blanton. And on his outside from Shreveport, Louisiana, in the Twin City Towing, Port City Gunworks, number 10X, Josh Daughtery. Your ninth starter is from Shreveport, Louisiana, in the WCH Racing Engines, Hitman Designs, Jeff's Racing Products, number 247 is Sean Graham. And on his outside, your 10th starter from Sinton, Texas, behind the wheel of the Alberson Motorsports, CD Electric, Lincoln Heritage Life Insurance, number 9C, Caitlin Leonard. Your 11th starter from Bossier City, Louisiana, in the Harvey Toyota, Harvey Subaru, Lexus of Shreveport, Bossier City, number 55M, the Boothill Speedway track champion of Cody Myers. And on the outside from Dallas, Texas, in the Texas Auto Sales, Smiley's Racing Products, Sniper Speed, number 1W, the USRA Factory Stock National Point Leader, Walter Hamilton. Your 13th starter is from Vivian, Louisiana in the Twin City Towing. Harvey Toyota number 87, that's Doug Vick Jr. And on his outside from Vidor, Texas, behind the wheel of the Green Tech Sales, Royal Purple Motor Oil, Chapman Motorsports number 1H, Jared Herring. To the inside of row number 8 out of Cleveland, Texas, driving the CC Custom Bodies, MRM Body Shop, Big Dave's Racing Engines, number 21S, Calvin Tucker. And to his outside from Provençal, Louisiana, in the LCC Trucking Outlaw Race Cars, Jones Septic, number B21 of Bubba Jones. Your 17th starter comes to us from Edgewood, Texas, behind the wheel of the Outlaw Race Cars, Best Engines, Patriot Racing, number 13 of Jeff Hammett. And on his outside from Robeline, Louisiana, jockeying the Scotty Shade Tree Performance Legacy Construction Pro Ship Transmission number 1, Dalton Dubois. To the inside of row number 10 out of 7 Points, Texas, piloting the Valerie Bomb, the Racing Realtor, White Horse Tuning and Dyno, 79 Express Trucking, number 197, Gary Peanut Fitch. And to his outside from Terrell, Texas, aboard the Wills Point Automotive, Wills Point Auto Sales, Synergy Environmental, number 23 of Don Jensen. Starting 21st out of Provençal, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the MFT Resources, Cornerstone Solutions, Triple H Services, number 15X is Dakota Wyatt. And his outside from Ball, Louisiana, driving the Rick's Auto Sales, Advanced Performance Engines, Hitman Designs, number 34, CJ Howell. Your final row of starters looks like this. To the inside from Lindale, Texas, in the Bells Construction, number 87 is Andrew Albritton. And your final starter from Detroit, Texas, piloting the Overhead Door Solutions, Adams Lawn and Landscape, number 95B of Brandon Bettis. 24 starters for the USRA Factory Stock A Main Championship feature for the Summit Racing Equipment USRA Southern Nationals. We will go 25 laps in distance, $2,000 on the line for your race winner. Dalton Faulkner trying to sweep the weekend in the DAF chassis, number 27. And Bo Perry going to try to challenge from the outside pole. Should be a great race coming up for the USRA Factory Stocks. A reminder, we are racing Tuesday night. Racing starts at 7 p.m. after hot laps start at 6. Tuesday night we will have the Short Track Super Series. Big block modifieds from the northeastern United States. Lots of stars coming down here to battle it out on our Louisiana clay ovals. Tuesday night right here at Boothill Speedway. Wednesday night we move to Arklatex Speedway, part of the swing. And then on Thursday night, they will be at the Revolution Park in Monroe. On Tuesday night, we will have limited modifieds, factory stocks, and the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders all competing as part of the Short Track Super Series Cajun Swing. Again, gates open at 4 p.m. Hot laps will be at 6 p.m. We'll start our racing at 7 p.m. Grandstand admission will be $20 for adults, $10 for kids ages 6 through 11. Kids 5 and under are free, and a pit pass will cost $40.
I've been climbing my way through the sky, searching for answers that I'll never find, losing my breath as I fall, learning to fly, letting go of it all, learning to fly, letting go of it all. I've been trying to open my eyes, take it all in as the world passes by, getting lost in the twist and the turn, finding these questions inside me still burn. Finding these questions inside me still burn. I'm gonna live like tomorrow never comes. There's no end in sight. Tonight we black out the sun. Better hold on tight before you know it's gone. And live like tomorrow never comes. Some kind of sign, trying to hold on in this race against time. I can't say where the next bend might be. That is the beauty in life's mystery. That is the beauty in life's mystery. I'm gonna live like tomorrow never.
So the field is set for the USRA Factory Stock A main. Dalton Faulkner, Bo Perry, Ricky Ingalls, Neil Kemp, Chris Davis, TJ Evans, Kyle Blanton, Josh Daughtery, Sean Graham, Caitlin Leonard, Cody Myers, Walter Hamilton, Doug Vick Jr., Jared Herring, Calvin Tucker, Bubba Jones, Jeff Hammett, Dalton Dubois, Peanut Fitch, Don Jensen, Dakota Wyatt, CJ Howell, Andrew Albritton, and Brandon Bettis. Y'all give them a wave as they roll by. This is your field for the USRA Factory Stock Southern Nationals. Lights are out. We're getting set to go. Faulkner and Perry are going to get us started on this one. Ingalls and Kemp, Davis and Evans. That's your top 3 rows. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing for the USRA Factory Stock feature. Dalton Faulkner out front early in the 27 as we have one spin toward the infield. In 1 and 2, caution flag gonna fly. Not quite out of the reach of the racing surface there for the 55M of Cody Myers. So the yellow flag will be displayed for the first time in the USRA Factory Stock Championship feature. Lights are out. We're going to try it again. We're going 25 laps in distance. Green flag in the air. Bo Perry and Dalton Faulkner side by side into turn number 1. Perry on the outside, Faulkner through the middle. He's going to poke out front in the 27 car as he rides through 3 and 4. Dalton Faulkner leads lap number 1 in the 27. The 12 of Bo Perry right there in the second spot with Neil Kemp in third. Fourth is Ricky Ingalls. Fifth is the 215 of TJ Evans. Chris Davis, Josh Daughtery, Caitlin Leonard, Kyle Blanton, and Walter Hamilton, your top 10. Bo Perry sneaks around the outside. He'll lead this lap. Lap number 3 led by the 12 of Bo Perry. Faulkner going to come right back down the back straightaway and stick his nose out front. 32R of Neil Kemp still right there in striking distance as the 12 tries to work around the outside. Faulkner still has him. Very tight racing for the lead in the early stages of this one. Faulkner will lead as we have 5 laps down and 20 to go for the USRA Factory Stock Championship feature. Bo Perry comes back around. He'll lead this one. Lap number 6 goes to the 12 of Bo Perry. He's sticking to it up on the high side. Chris Davis has now moved into the top 5 in the 98 machine as Bo Perry continues to lead. He'll pull ahead, and Faulkner will chase behind the 12 as they roll into 1 and 2. Some good battling toward the back of the field for each and every position. Peanut Fitch and C.J. Howell side by side, as well as Don Jensen and Dakota Wyatt. Here as Faulkner comes back ahead, he'll lead lap number 8. Dalton Faulkner and Bo Perry have traded laps led throughout the course of this one. Perry seems to maybe be better through 3 and 4, where Faulkner is better through 1 and 2. That time by Faulkner had it by just .027. Still side by side as the laps grow closer toward the halfway point. 87 of Andrew Albritton up in smoke. That'll end his night early. He's in the infield now. It's your race leaders all alone out front, side by side. The 12 of Bo Perry rolls back around. He'll lead lap number 10. Excuse me, lap 11 right there. Bo Perry and Dalton Faulkner have been the class of the field tonight. Neil Kemp in 3rd, Ricky Ingles in 4th, Chris Davis in the 5th spot. TJ Evans, Walter Hamilton, Josh Daugherty, Cody Myers, and Caitlin Leonard is your top 10. That time by just 14 thousandths of a second, separating Dalton Faulkner and Bo Perry. Faulkner, your race leader still. We are now halfway home. There'll be 12 laps to go this time by at the stand. Very, very close battle for the race lead between the 12 of Bo Perry from Bossier City and the 27 of Dalton Faulkner from Cut and Shoot, Texas. Perry keeping that preferred high line. Faulkner still remaining strong around the middle of the speedway. Bo Perry will lead that lap with 11 to go. The battle for the race lead just continues to be better and better each lap by. Too good, not too good to talk about anything else, that's for sure. The 27 of Faulkner still rides through the middle. He's led just a few more laps than Bo Perry, but Perry has not gone away. .27 still your race leader, but he has yet to clear the 12 down the front straightaway to grab that high line. He's going to try it down the back stretch, but won't be able to do it. He gets to about the number on Bo Perry's 12 car, but cannot get ahead of him as they roll through the speedway. Laps winding down in this one. And lap traffic may soon become a factor. I believe that would play into the hands of Dalton Faulkner, excuse me. There's going to be 7 to go this time, as Faulkner still your race leader in the 27. 81 of Ricky Ingles is now fallen back to the 6th spot as Walter Hamilton is into the top 5. Faulkner is now able to clear the 12 of Bo Perry out of turn 4. 6 laps to go and Faulkner is out front. As I was saying, Walter Hamilton moved into a top 5 position. If he can stay there, he will solidify his USRA Factory Stock National Points Championship. As the car right in front of him, Chris Davis, about 49 point markers back from the 1W of Walter Hamilton in the championship points race. 5 laps to go, and Dalton Faulkner is leaving him out front. 27 of Dalton Faulkner continues to lead. The 12 of Bo Perry is now about 8 car lengths back in the 2nd spot. Neil Kemp rides in 3rd with Chris Davis in 4th. Walter Hamilton rounding out your top 5. Ricky Ingles in the 6th spot. 7th is TJ Evans. 8th, Josh Daugherty. 9th is Caitlin Leonard. And rounding out the top 10 at the moment, the 4B of Kyle Blanton. Bubba Jones going to try to battle for that spot, as well as Jared Herring in the 1H. Faulkner leads him again down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. It's going to be 2 to go this time for the 27 of Faulkner. Faulkner way ahead now. He's got a straightaway advantage as the 21S of Calvin Tucker blows up. Heavy smoke coming out of that machine. White flag is in the air. The 27 of Faulkner. And the caution flag waves with 1 to go. Caution coming out right behind the white flag. That's going to cause us to go to a green-white checkered for the finish. A 27 of Dalton Faulkner has been very strong in the DAF chassis out of Cut and Shoot, Texas, all weekend long, but especially in this race here lately in the last few laps. We'll see if Bo Perry has anything for the 27 of Faulkner this time. Just 2 laps remaining in the championship feature for the USRA factory stocks. Late caution flag erased a huge lead for the 27 of Dalton Faulkner. That's going to put Bo Perry and Neil Kemp right on his back bumper. Don't count out the 1W of Walter Hamilton or the 98 of Chris Davis. Who's it going to be? 2-lap showdown for 2,000 to win. Green flag coming out of 4. Here we go. Dalton Faulkner with a great restart. He'll pull out front by about 6 car lengths down the back straightaway. Into 3 and 4. White flag waving this time. If anybody's going to take it from him, they're going to have to work quick. The 27 of Faulkner leads them into 1 and 2 on the high side. He'll roll through the middle out of 2 and down the back straightaway for the final time into 3 and 4. Coming to grab the checkered flag, Dalton Faulkner sweeps the USRA Southern Nationals. Bo Perry comes home second, third will be Neil Kemp, fourth is Walter Hamilton, and rounding out the top 5, the 98 of Chris Davis. Climbing out of the car, y'all give it up for the 27-year your USRA factory stock feature winner, Dalton Faulkner. All right, Dalton. Well, you up and left them on Thursday and Friday, but that one wasn't so easy. Bo Perry up on the high side, the preferred line, most of the race. But what happened there?
Man, I felt like that whole race I was side by side with Bo Perry. You can't ask for much better racing. I don't think we never touched one time the whole time out there. The track was phenomenal. I mean, it had 2 grooves. We made it work. I don't know what's going on behind us, but hell, I think me and Bo put on a hell of a show for everybody. I couldn't thank him for racing me better. I got to thank all the fans, the good Lord, everybody putting this show on tonight.
All right, man. What's up for you coming up for the rest of the year?
We got, I think, 3 more races. We got Texas Grand next weekend. We got the Clash at Texana and Edna, and all the way down in Corpus Christi, we have a Whitaker Memorial down there in the beginning of December.
All right. Well, you heard it here. The 27 of Dalton Faulkner, your USRA factory stock champion, sweeping the USRA Southern Nationals. Y'all make some noise for him one more time. I'll send it upstairs to Bryce Hall. He'll get you set for the modified feature coming up here in just a moment.
Thank you very much, Josh. We'll get set for tonight's 40-lap, 4,000-win American Racer Modified Series A main. And your pole sitter tonight comes to you from Longview, Texas. Jason Ingalls in the 12 will set the pace in tonight's 40-lap A main alongside Urbana, Missouri's Dylan McCowan in car 8. Row 2 to the inside, last night's feature winner, Rodney Sanders at a Happy Texas car 20 will fire off 3rd. And his outside, your 2021 American Racer Modified Series champion, Tristan Dykes at a Maypearl, Texas, the 14T, starts 4th. Row 3 to the inside, it's Kenny Gaddis at a Diana, Texas, the 2G, alongside Manuel Williams, the 2nd at Falk, Arkansas, the 24M. Row 4 to the inside, it's Max Eddie Thomas, the 82 at a Quinlan, Texas, with Chris Hennigan to his outside, the Marshall, Texas racer in the 16. Row 5 to the inside will be Jack Sarton out of Terrell, Texas, the 47, with David McDaniel to the outside out of Sanger, Texas, in the 18D. Row 6 on the inside, it's James McCreary out of Midlothian, Texas, the 13J. He starts with Sean Gaddis to his outside in car 7 out of Diana, Texas. Row 7 on the inside, it's David Tanner out of Wichita Falls, Texas, the D25. And his outside on row number 7 will find Big Daddy Joe Duval out of Claremore, Oklahoma, the 91. Row 8 on the inside, Manuel Williams out of Falk, Arkansas, the 24 starts 15th. And Cody Leonard lines up to his outside, the 12 out of Sinton, Texas. Your B-main winner and Thursday night's feature winner starts 9th row on the inside, the 125 at Cale Westover out of Blair, Oklahoma. And to Cale's outside, it's Chris Huckabee, the 2C out of Midlothian, Texas. Row 10 on the inside, Justin McCoy out of Grandview, Texas, the 410, alongside Michael Walker in the 34 to McAllen, Texas. Row 11, it's Jeff Needham, the 99 out of Ennis, Texas, with Richard Brown Jr. to the outside out of Dallas in the 1H. And your provisional starters tonight from Cedar Hill, Texas, Kevin Rowland in the 4R, and Colton Horner out of Houston, Texas, the 56. Your 24 starters for tonight's 4,000 to win American Racer Modified Series A main. So the field takes a 4-wide formation down the back straightaway. We'll ask you race fans to join us in saluting the 24 starters for tonight's 4,000 to win A main here at the Boothill Speedway, the finale, the 4th annual Summit Racing Equipment USRA Southern Nationals. Bearing arms here tonight in Greenwood, Louisiana. Ladies and gentlemen, your USRA Modified A main. Jason Ingalls and Dylan McCowan, both drivers in the top 5 last night. Ingalls was third. McCowan was fourth. Of course, McCowan started 12th on the grid last night, rolled up 8 spots in that feature. And of course, the driver right behind him on row number 2, Rodney Sanders, your feature winner here on night number 2. Tristan Dykes finished third the first night, second last night. He'd like to improve that by 1 more spot yet again here this evening. We'll see what happens in 40 laps around the Boothill Speedway. Ingalls and McCowan on row number 1, and we're green here at Boothill. Nearly 3 wide for the lead right out of the gate. Rodney ready to go early on in this one. The 20 set on kill as he works by pole sitter Jason Ingalls. He's alongside Dylan McCowan. McCowan will lead lap number 1. Dylan McCowan scored your leader on the opening circuit. Rodney Sanders down to his inside. Those pair of MB Customs duel out in front of your field. Jason Ingalls trying to hang on to that 3rd place spot here early on, but Tristan Dykes has found something along the bottom side of the racetrack. He'll grab 3rd away from Ingalls that time at the line. So Dykes by Ingalls. McCowan's led the opening 2 laps with Rodney Sanders right down to his inside. They'll wheel side by side once again off of turn 4. McCowan still your leader. Sanders just down to the inside of the 8th. They'll remain side by side through turns 1 and 2. Tristan Dykes back in that 3rd place spot. Jason Ingalls and Max Eddie Thomas. The early top 5 as we got a car around right at the bottom side of turn 4. It's Manuel Williams. The 24 car spun around to the bottom side of turn 4, brings us under the caution. 3 laps completed. We go under a quick yellow for Manuel Williams. Dylan McCowan has led the opening 3 circuits of tonight's A-Main. He's had Rodney Sanders right down to his inside. The disadvantage last time for the 20 was .035 seconds. It's been right around that range for the first 3 laps, but McCowan has led over the 20. Tristan Dykes found some traction along the bottom side of the racetrack to work by Jason Ingalls up into 3rd. As Max Eddie Thomas rounds out the early top 5, Manuel Williams the 2nd, runs in 6th. Kenny Gaddis is 7th. Chris Hennigan, Jack Sarton, and James McCreary look to be your top 10. Track officials taking a look at the 13J of James McCreary here on the front straightaway. Make sure he's good to keep rolling. We'll try to get the 13J tagged back in line here in his 10th spot behind the 47 of Jack Sarton. Once we do that, we should be able to get the field doubled up here behind your leader, the 8 of Dylan McCowan. Rodney Sanders will have the choice line in or out on row number 2. And Sanders elects to go in. So Rodney Sanders elects the inside on this restart. Just 3 laps completed of 40, still a long way to go. Tonight's American Racer Modified Series A-Main. Mike Schrader atop the flag stand will kill the lights and he will display the furled up green flag. We'll get back to it next time in turn 4. Dylan McCowan out to the early lead, a newly purchased MB Customs for the Urbana, Missouri racer. Failed to finish on night number 1, but drove from 12th to 4th on night number 2. See what he can do with this restart to try to fend off Rodney Sanders. Tristan Dykes up into the 3rd place spot. Back to green. So back underway. McCowan, a solid restart for the 8, will take the field down the back straightaway. Some moving and shaking a little bit outside of that top 10 here on this restart is off of turn number 4. McCowan leads. Tristan Dykes is now challenging Rodney Sanders for the runner-up spot. Dykes has just gotten faster and faster this weekend in that 14T car as he goes after the 20 of Sanders. Max Eddie Thomas, who has had a rough weekend in that 82, has found something tonight. He'll roll into 4th. by Jason Ingalls. And Max said he's had somewhat of a challenging weekend, did not finish on night number 1, narrowly missed the top 10 last night. Putting together a pretty good run right now as he challenges down to the inside of the 12. That race for 4th, a good one. Meanwhile, the race for 2nd at the line was a good one as well. And Tristan Dykes was able to take the runner-up spot away from the 20 of Sanders. Cody Leonard exits off into the infield. We lose the 12 here on lap number 6. Now we complete lap number 7. Dykes and Sanders still in a duel for the 2nd place spot. Sanders working the cushion through turns 1 and 2. Dykes stays committed to the bottom side of the racetrack. Sanders floating through the middle that time. Dykes still around the bottom, and Sanders has the advantage for 2nd at the line. Great battle between Dykes and Sanders continues for 2nd. Those two remain side by side. Dylan McCowan still with the lead out in front, the 8. Has it rolling here in the early stages of this one. Still side by side for 2nd. That time at the line, Tristan Dykes takes the runner-up spot back away from Rodney Sanders. Those two continuing to put on a show here tonight. Sanders going to roll to the bottom that time off of turn number 4. He'll hit his marks a little bit better that time on exit turn number 4 to take the 2nd position back away from Tristan Dykes. Now he'll keep that MB Customs planted along the bottom of turns 1 and 2 as well. So Sanders changing his line that time through turns 1 and 2. He'll roll to the hub of the racetrack in 3 and 4 once again. Stays the bottom side 1 and 2 as well. Tristan Dykes slipping to a more distant 3rd now as Max Eddie Thomas and Jason Ingalls continue to race hard for the 4th place spot. Manuel Williams going to exit into the infield. We lose the 24 now as well in this one. 12 laps completed of 40, and now Rodney Sanders is going after the 8 of Dylan McCowan. Sanders along the bottom side of the racetrack has found a ton of speed along the hub. McCowan maybe a sitting duck right now through the middle as Sanders has got that Hatfield powered MB Customs rolling along the bottom side of the racetrack. He'll show the nose down to the inside of the 8 of McCowan. Got a good one going here tonight at Boothill Speedway, side by side now for the lead. McCowan leads at the line, but not by much, 0.056 seconds. The advantage for the 8 of McCowan. This time by will complete lap number 15 as your leaders begin to approach lap traffic. Now 15 laps completed. You got a new leader that time at the line. Rodney Sanders snags the top spot away from the 8 of Dylan McCowan. So Sanders leads lap number 15 as your leaders work through lapped traffic. Sanders takes it 3 wide with the lap cars off the bottom side of turn 4. McCowan's run to get shut off by the 99 of Jeff Needham that time. Sanders able to put 2 lap cars between himself and the 8 of McCowan. He works by, oh, look out. McCowan a little bit sideways there, nearly into the back of the 56 of Colton Horner. Had to check up. That allows Tristan Dykes to take 2nd. McCowan will keep rolling forward, but nonetheless was completely sideways there in the 8. He'll drop to a distant 3rd now. Max Eddie Thomas and Jason Ingalls make up the top 5 as Rodney Sanders will work lapped traffic. Trying to work by David Tanner into turns 3 and 4. Tanner will let him go off of turn 4. Justin McCoy, James McCreary lie ahead for the 20 of Sanders to deal with. Sanders trying to squeeze down to the inside of the 13. Jay Sanders enjoys about a 2.5-second lead over the 14T of Tristan Dykes, but mired in lap traffic right now as he's struggling to get around the 13J of McCreary. 20 in and 20 to go. Sanders rolling to the outside of McCreary off of turn number 2. Work by the 13J now. Put another lap car between himself and Tristan Dykes, but he's got him side by side in front of him. David McDaniel working the bottom side of the racetrack. Rodney will try to thread the needle between he and the 410 of Justin McCoy. Sanders working lap traffic. That lead has shrunk now to 1.930 seconds. So 1.93 seconds the advantage last time around for Sanders. He he will stretch that out nearly to 3 seconds that time by 2.927 seconds as Dykes has a log jam of lap cars to work by to try to close back in on Sanders. Calling it quits now in the 56. Exits down into the infield. Sanders working by Kevin Rowland down the front straightaway. The next driver to go a lap down to your leader. Tristan Dykes hung up behind the lap cars of David Tanner and James McCreary. That's going to allow Dylan McCowan to get back in this race for second, as Dykes has just been stuck behind the lap cars. Trying to work down on the inside of James McCreary. McCreary pushes way up the banking. That's going to allow Tristan Dykes to slip by the 13J. So we'll keep an eye on that battle as Dykes tries to fend off Dylan McCowan as he works by the lap cars. Rodney Sanders works through turns 1 and 2. He has since lapped Chris Huckabee and Michael Walker. So those two also going a lap down to the 20 of Sanders. Dykes able to clear himself from the lapped cars, and now McCowan's able to do the same, but he has slipped back several car lengths now behind the 14T of Dykes as Max Eddie Thomas runs in the 4th place spot. Joe Duval has marched up into the top 5. He's trying to work by lapped cars. Chris Hennigan all over the deck lid of the 91 as well. Duval came from the 7th row in this one. So Duval trying to keep rolling forward. He'll have a big run on Max Eddie Thomas down the back straightaway. That door will shut for a moment, but the 91 will stay up to the outside of the 82. Max Eddie will hang on to the 4th place spot, that time at the line. Out in front, Sanders is just whipping them, though, over a 6-second lead. Last time around over Tristan Dykes. About the same this time around as well. 6.159 seconds for Rodney Sanders. Tristan Dykes, very distant second. Dylan McCowan still in the 3rd place spot. Max Eddie Thomas still having a solid run in that 82. Holding on to 4th over Joe Duval. Chris Hennigan, Jason Ingalls, Cale Westover, Sean Gaddis, and Kenny Gaddis. That's the top 10 as Sanders may lap up into the top 10 before this one is over with. 32 in and 8 to go this time. And Kenny Gaddis is the next driver that Sanders sees in front of him. So far, Sanders has lapped up to 11th. We'll see if he cuts into the top 10, likely to do so here with 7 to go. 7 to go, 6.5 seconds. The lead for the 20 of Rodney Sanders. It's Sanders, Dykes, McCowan, Duval, Thomas, your top 5. And it's Hennigan, Ingalls, Westover, Sean Gaddis, Kenny Gaddis, still the top 10. As your 10th place car now goes a lap down to the 20 of Sanders, down the back straightaway. So Kenny Gaddis goes a lap down to the 20 as well. 5 to go this time by. So we'll work the final 5 laps. Sean Gaddis is going to go a lap down in 9th as well. Westover in 8th is about to get it. Also coming off of turn 4. 4 to go this time by. Is going to come out for, looks like Chris Huckabee at the top side of turn 4. Make that Justin McCoy. Justin McCoy in the 410. The cause for the caution there. So as the caution flag comes out, Rodney Sanders had lapped up to 9th place. Sean Gaddis was running in 9th. 1 lap down to the 20 of Rodney Sanders, who also had a 6.75 second lead over second place running Tristan Dykes. 36 in and 4 to go. Sanders has dominated the second half of this one. Tristan Dykes in the second place spot. Dylan McCowan in third. Joe Duvall started 14th on the grid. He's up into the fourth place spot. A solid run going for Big Daddy. Chris Hennigan in fifth as Max Eddie Thomas has now slipped outside of the top 5. Max Eddie Thomas in 6th, Jason Ingles 7th, Cale Westover 8th, Sean Gaddis, Kenny Gaddis, that's the top 10. From there it's Michael Walker in 11th, Manuel Williams the 2nd in 12th. 13th is Chris Huckabee, 14th is Kevin Rowland, 15th is James McCreary, with David Tanner and Jeff Needham rounding out the running order of this one. So 36 in and 4 to go. Field will take double file formation behind the 20 of Sanders. We get set for the restart next time around. Final 4 laps here at Boothill Speedway. Rodney Sanders in search of his 4th American Racer Modified Series victory. Comes the green flag. Final 4 circuits here in tonight's American Racer Modified Series A main. Everybody pretty well staying put on that restart. Sanders, McCowan, Dykes, Duvall, Hennigan the top 5. Jason Ingles trying to come back after Max Eddie Thomas in the race for the 6th place spot. So Ingles by Max Eddie into 6th. White flag comes in the air off of turn number 4. 1 more lap to go for Rodney Sanders. Dylan McCowan able to work by Tristan Dykes into the 2nd place spot here in the closing lap. So McCowan back into the runner-up spot. Joe Duvall tries to challenge for 3rd here on the final lap as Rodney Sanders picks up the $4,000 win here at Boothill Speedway. So checkered flag waves over your modified A main. We will head down to Victory Lane to have a word with your feature winner as well as the top 4 finishers here tonight. Your top 5, Chris Hennigan finishes in 5th. 4th goes to Joe Duvall. 3rd to Tristan Dykes. 2nd to Dylan McCowan. And your feature winner, and a happy Texas, the Wichita Tank Racing number 20 of Rodney Sanders. So he will climb out of the car. Race fans, how about it? Rodney Sanders wins the finale here at Boothill Speedway. Talking to 3rd place finisher Tristan Dykes as they get the $4,000 check ready. We'll grab a word with Rodney Sanders after the win here tonight at Boot Hill. Rodney, a dominating second half in that one. Had to race with Dylan McCowan in the early portions, but just take us through tonight's feature.
Yeah, I was trying, just kind of searching at the beginning, and, Dylan, he did a great job. He's a good little young racer, so congrats to him running second. I got to thank everybody that helps me, Wichita Tank Racing, Army Contractors, Mesilla Valley Transportation, S&S Fishing and Rentals, Kenny's Tile, Keith Hammett Trucking, Hatfield Race Engines, my dad, LeBron, Bergman Tax, Swift Springs, and Tegra Shocks. This is a team deal. I also got to thank Rolla Jones, MVT. He helps us get up and down the road, so I got to throw a big shout out to him. But it's been a good night. I'm glad we got the win in the sport mod as well, so that was pretty cool.
Working through the lap traffic late in that one, then a late caution comes out. Just take us through that last restart.
Yeah, I didn't really know where I needed to be. I just felt like in 1 and 2 it got so slow to stay on the bottom, so I was just trying to keep my momentum up. And 3 and 4 there was a lot of grip on the bottom, so I just figured as long as I kept my momentum up would be all right. But I got it. Like I said, it was a good weekend and a good way to cap off the end of the year.
There he is, Rodney Sanders wins here tonight at Boothill Speedway. Talk to Dylan McCowan here as Rodney Sanders shakes the hand of tonight's runner-up finisher. Dylan, another eventful night for you. We said last night was your race for the lead with Rodney Sanders. Had a little bobble there in turn 4, but came back up to second.
Yeah, I got in a little hot on one of them lap cars and thought I was going to spin it out there, but it was a fun race, getting a race with Rodney, and fun weekend with the car, Everything went well. I'd like to thank all my sponsors, my mom, dad, little brother, everybody who helps me get here.
Take us through the plans for next season, 2022 coming up. Looks like you got a good car underneath you.
Yeah, we're going to try to run for Rookie of the Year for the USMTS and hit local shows when we can and big shows when we can too.
There he is, Dylan McCowan, tonight's a runner-up. We will talk to your third place finisher and the 2021 Series champion with the American Racer Modified Series, Tristan Dykes. First off, before we get into the rest of this season, let's talk about tonight's race, another solid podium finish.
Yeah, I let the tires seal over on that last restart, and I didn't really get a fire, and I got really good in the middle, and probably the last 15 laps for that last caution. And I just thought, not that I'm just saying I was going to outrun Rodney, but if the tires would have fired, I'd at least gave him a race, so. That stinks.
Talk about this 2021 season, the championship effort for you. We kind of touched on it last night. It just seems like the season just progressively got better for you.
Yeah, you know how it is when you get beat up and beat down. You just keep going. I guess that's what makes champions. But it's been a rough year, just spending the money and everything you got to do to run these deals, and not complaining about that. But when you just want better performance out of what we got, we're used to it, and I'm thankful to have it here at the end of the year.
There he is, Tristan Dykes, this year's series champion, as well as tonight's third place finisher. We'll talk to Joe Duval as well here on the front straightaway again tonight. He finishes in the 4th place spot. Big Daddy, another solid run here tonight. Take us through the run up through their 10 spots, 14th to 4th.
I felt like I was in rush hour traffic on my way home from the electric shop. It was pretty entertaining from where I was at. I could see the leaders, and they weren't really getting away. It seemed like at times I was gaining on them. So, 91 Hot Rod was pretty good tonight. Hats off to everybody that prepped the racetrack. It was nice and racy really all weekend. Had a top, bottom, and the middle. Hell, I used all of it. So good. It was a good night. Thanks to everybody that supports 91 car. DriveWFX.com, Mel Hamilton Ford, Bergman Tax and Accounting, MB Custom Race Cars, Hatfield Power. Last but not least, my wife's credit card.
There you go.
And I hope she's still watching. Love you, babe. See you tomorrow or something like that.
There he is. Joe Duval finishes 4th here tonight at Boothill Speedway. That will do it trackside. Here from the 4th Annual Summit Racing Equipment USRA Southern Nationals, on behalf of everyone at the USRA, everyone here at Boothill Speedway, as well as both staffs at Race and Dirt and Race on Texas, thank you so very much for joining us this weekend, whether you were here in person or watching from home. In the meantime, a good night and God bless. We'll catch you the next race.
Good job.